Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Heroes of Wellspring City game. This one is called Stress Testing. If for some reason you're listening to the recordings and you're like, where's part 3 of Fixing News? We decided not to do it. We're just doing this game instead, and you didn't miss anything. So I am Zen, I am the DM. If everyone else wants to go down the list and introduce yourselves and your characters.
Oh, right, I'm first. Hello, I'm Talatala, and today I am playing Brittney Megan Bronson, who I forgot was the first part of my username on this server.
A wonderful Wellsprings morning to you all. I'm Lordlyhour, I'm playing Cat. I have nothing else to add, for once.
Hi, I'm KT. I'm a guest, and I'm playing Lina. I forgot her last. Wait, Noticia and Nightlight, and who knows who else? Ooh, spooky.
Wonderful.
Hello, I am Authenticity. Today I'll be playing Nikola N, not allowed to note this before. And I'm here to put the stress in stress testing.
Terrifying.
Yep. So I'm Verl. I'm still playing Shaun, and I will be very judgmental of all of the nonsense going on.
Hello, I'm Tallestnull. I will be playing Tailwind, whose fault this all is.
The catalyst of doom.
Alright, so yeah, for a quick recap, last time in Fixing News, y'all heard about this blog, Hellspring City, and the mayor Bronson, not to be confused with the better mayor, the stick bug, basically...
Who we hold dearly.
Basically wanted Brittney to figure out who was behind that blog, so the whole group basically arranged a meeting to meet one of the blog's authors, Nightlight, in a alley and ask them some questions. And then Nightlight ran off, and when the group went back to the junkyard to regroup with Tailwind, instead they found a note from Tailwind and not Tailwind themselves. So, to start off this game, Tallest, what was Tailwind doing during that meeting with Nightlight? They were working on a project. Which project was that?
As lead up to most of what has been going on, Tailwind has been working on they have been calling it a secret project. It seems, for all intents and purposes, they have been repurposing car parts and scrap metal and large pieces of metal piping that you would use in sewer work and construction. And as they sit there waiting to get any kind of text about the rendezvous the group has been going on, it's like, come on, nothing's gonna happen. They're in town. Nothing's gonna happen. And then they look over to this machine that they've built. It stands about, I want to say, 5'7". Is very round. It is, the base of it, definitely the main body of it is looks like it was a repurposed and hollowed out wrecking ball that that they have added scrap metal to, and arms and legs, and it's hinged open like a mouth with a cockpit inside. And I think after they give the text, so how is it going? That they texted last time. I believe they got a response, right?
I think it was just a thumbs up.
Yeah. So after
From- Or wait, no, you're texting the other. I'm gonna.
Let me see.
yeah.
Wiki. Let's see.
Order of operations.
Yeah.
I know that one text was the one that set off like the multi-person like exchange over text message.
Yeah, it looks like they might not have gotten a response to how it went. The wiki says they texted asking how it went, but nothing about a response. So that's fun.
Ball.
Fun.
Yeah. So after they gave that text out, their Tailwind's nerves effectively got to a point where they said, "Stop overthinking of it. Just, they'll be fine. I need to, whatever happens, happens. Figure it out." As they hop into what is effectively a tiny mech suit for them, and it closes and the cockpit closes like a mouth over top of them, and they just start chunky walking out into Endsville to make the blog post and the message.
All right. So, as you head into Endsville, Tailwind is looking for some of that graffiti with Nightlight symbol, right?
Yes.
And also just, so roll investigation. And you can also roll perception. Because, like, you're entering a new area.
All right. See, I like the bot here because I know how it works. Other places have weird bots that, like, you have to do, like, 7 things before you get what you want. Here is my investigation. 22.
Very nice.
And then a perception check.
All right. So yeah. Tailwind is, I think, very focused on the mission that they have in their mind, which is, you know, find some of this graffiti, get a picture, message the blog, get this meeting set up. Very much like running through that in their mind, not so much looking around. I mean, they've been to Endsville before, albeit probably not this late at night. It's getting dark out, as they make their way through the, like, crumbling streets and dilapidated buildings, heading for a place where they can remember seeing some of this graffiti before. And they find it fairly easily. Coming up to a little, words, why are you failing me now when it's most critical? But basically, as they walk down the street, they come to what was probably used to be a little children's playground. There's like a set of swings where most of the swings have come off the chains, a little climbing structure with a cracked slide coming off of it, and, you know, surrounded by some buildings that are overgrown with vegetation. But behind the playground, like if you go through it, the building along the back has, sure enough, the Nightlight symbol spray painted on the wall. And I cut someone off while I was giving that description. Sorry.
No, I think it was just words of encouragement from author.
Wow.
Oh shit. Yes, I was just like, you can do this.
Thank you. I could indeed.
So after an FPS that will be made at some point, time not an issue. Tailwind has installed a emergency hatch to get out, which is not just a crowbar that is now broken back at the shop.
Tailwind, no. Sweetie.
And they go onto the phone, take a picture of the graffiti, and then just through the messaging system on the website, just say, "Do you want to talk?"
What's the username is the better mayor, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And
it's
the
a
picture of the
a
stick bug? Okay,
Yes.
cool. I'm just Nightlight has been like trying not to stress comedic cry on top of a roof when they get this message. They just give a thumbs up. 'Cause sure, it's probably fine.
Can't go any worse than the other meeting they had today, probably.
Probably.
Oh god.
That one chick was really scary.
Sorry.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
it was very funny.
Fuck.
So yeah, and Nightlight would recognize where this graffiti is, considering they are the one that painted it, I'm assuming, so...
Boy, I sure hope so. Yes, the answer is yes.
So yeah, they know where this person's sending a photo from to go meet up.
They go there. They're not going to use the bridge though.
Alright.
That is a fool's mistake.
One I don't know about, apparently.
Yeah, dingus.
So, Tailwind is waiting at the graffiti, Nightlight's headed over, and I think it's about now that, Nikola and Shaun and Kat arrive at the junkyard and find Tailwind's vague note. And, yeah, how do they want to handle that?
What was the note exactly?
You think I remember?
Look at
Okay.
that.
So the note I would assume is this note, the sticky note that has been reused for who knows how long. That just says, "We'll be back. We'll be back looking for something or getting food." And it's one that like I know for a fact that at least a couple of you have seen, because it's either on the door or on their desk.
Sorry, I'm just
'Cause it's used
imagining
so many times.
my mom does this thing where she can't remember shit. And so like normal people would use a calendar with sticky notes, right? No, she has just like a seltzer water bottle that she reuses that she puts post-it notes on and drinks it like that. And so I'm just imagining those post-it notes that have been used too many times on something that they shouldn't be on.
I mean, that's like a good strategy, though, because if she's gonna be interacting with it, that's better than, something you might look at but might not.
Neurodivergent coping strategies, yes. However, I just look at this thing and I'm just like, where does she get the post-it notes? We don't own any.
I think Nikola at least. Actually, may I make a wisdom saving throw to
Sure.
see? Yeah, where did I wanted to use dice that I specifically got with Nikola in mind. They're purple, they're
Aw.
kind of sparkly, and they're fucking missing. Okay.
Because you won't tell us what the N stands for.
They went.
Never.
They got shipped out to Wellspring City.
We're in Endsville.
Tailwind brought them with them.
They stole their fucking dice. I can't believe them. Those aren't gummies.
Alright, D20 plus. I hope this is... Okay, it is. DM, this is a wisdom saving throw to see how well Nikola is doing.
All right. Not
Okay.
bad.
Not stressed out at all.
Yeah, 23. They're keeping it together pretty well.
It's been that kind of a week. Will they cry later? Probably, but it's just another flippin' day of the week. I think that they're just gonna be like, mother fluff. Okay.
The zen
I'm calling them.
feeling of, oh, fuck it, this might as well be happening, huh?
Yes, I do feel that often.
You do your cackle. Oh my gosh, it's terrifying.
I think that Nicola's gonna like pull out their phone and be like, I'm calling them. Is it alright if I call them? I'm calling them. And any objections? I'll put it on speaker.
Put them on blast.
Hey, did you forget to disconnect your Bluetooth?
This came up last time, and for the sake of funny, no.
What's your ringtone for Nikola?
Oh my god.
A cover of Cotton Eye Joe.
My first instinct, and I don't know why, it is either what's the title of the musician? I have it on my phone. Gold Rush by Emma Stevens. This is very good. Or The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Devil Went Down to Georgia.
With the mood Nicola's in, I think it's the second one.
My phone can sense motive.
That's not good.
It's a tune phone. Of course it can.
I'm just imagining Nightlight is coming and then here's this and it's like, what the fuck?
The scramble to disconnect it.
Does he pick up?
Yeah.
You sound unfair about this.
Tailwind committed to the bit, and like they said, whatever happens, happens.
Evening, Tailwind.
Hey, so how'd it go? From what I heard, nothing needed to happen.
Well, you know, like the Fabled Hot Air Balloon had its ups and downs, but let's talk about you for a second, huh?
Oh, I'd rather not, but okay.
What? Here's the thing. I know you're smart. You are smarter than me. You're smarter than possibly anyone else in our group. So it really is unfathomable to me what you could have possibly been thinking.
Well, for last time we met, so I took it upon myself to do some stress testing. After.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
So you took it over to the skate park, maybe an empty parking lot somewhere.
It's close enough. Yeah, I could have easily gotten back.
Where are you? ...
Places.
Nouns.
I don't like the sound of places. Try again.
Tailwind, you're scaring us.
Everything's fine. Like, I'll
roll for deception.
I remembered the emergency hatch this time. I
Oh
have a
my god, you took it out?
Ah,
You're driving
look,
it around.
yeah. Look, it needs work, and I need to figure out how much work it needs.
And you're doing that tonight.
I mean, it was going to be tonight anyways, considering I was the backup.
Ooh, they hand the phone to Shaun. Shaun, make him feel bad about himself.
Does
just
it
like-
to Brittney? Wait, no, did Brittney go home?
Brittney went home.
Yeah,
She's
Brittney
not
went
here.
home.
Yeah,
She's
she's
not here.
yeah, she's going the fuck to sleep and then doing her own thing.
Yeah, she's reading the book.
And she needs her
Ah.
beauty sleep, by the way. Come on.
Ah, yes,
Does
the
she,
void
though?
needs its beauty sleep.
The monstrous void needs beauty sleep. Rest in peace.
Yeah, duh. How do you think she takes care of all those tentacles? They need their energy.
That's true. It's very important that you get sleep. But of course, we're worried about Tailwind, who is doing something risky, dangerous, and in public.
Yeah. Hey, Shaun, how are you going to berate them?
Well, it depends on like I don't think I've seen their tin can. Their lovely tin can.
It has
of
a moth
justice.
in it.
It is. Ooh,
So, you know, I
Oof.
just assume they're piloting the same garbage can costume they were previously using.
no, it is much worse than that. It is, for one, harder to get out of.
Oh, okay. So they've managed to somehow outdo being in a literal garbage can.
Let's just say you know how they say that every mad scientist has their own personal big red button of doom. Tailwind has taken one giant leap for Foxkind towards suppressing it.
Wonderful. So, when they die in a horrible fire, we'll all pretend we didn't know what happened.
They've taken their mech suit out of their garage for, I guess, a joyride, and they won't say where.
Oh,
Which makes me think it's somewhere bad.
I
Oh,
could
100%
probably track
it's somewhere
them
bad.
down. Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not subtle. You could probably find it pretty easily. It weighs
Following
about the size of
trail
half a car.
Yeah. Following the large trail of, dented footprints and, possibly bent signs as they've mispiloted the robot suit into them.
Mhm. Yeah, you could try tracking Tailwind in this suit. What is that?
Survival?
We're going on a
Survival?
fox hunt.
I think so.
How do we roll again? Slash R, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
/R.
Goodness. Well, the thing is, like, the best way to make Tailwind feel bad about themselves is to tell them
Well.
about how their creations are terrible, and the last thing we want is for them to prove us right and have a terrible meltdown somewhere public.
Perhaps we could focus a little bit more on the dire consequences of being our backup and just sort of being like, I don't think I want to be backup tonight, and just going and doing something else. It probably will have a detrimental effect on their overall safety, well-being.
Yeah, because the next time they ask for backup, we'll just accidentally back up somewhere else, and it's like, oh, you thought you wanted backup. I guess, sorry, our backup is over that way. Doing its own thing. It got busy and distracted, and I guess you're not actually getting any backup, so. Such a shame. So sad. Rest in peace.
Yeah, with a 16, Cat, you can definitely tell these footsteps are leading towards the bridge to Endsville.
Cat's just
You
like,
know, at least they're making bad decisions in the bad part of town and not, the good part of town.
Oh, fuck it.
You know what? I don't know if I'll have told you guys.
Oh.
Ooh.
Cat might have just snuck off after him himself.
Motherfucker.
They
Man,
turn
I
around
love
to another
Cat
person
parties.
who's fucking gone.
Cat loudly declares they're leaving, and then we follow you.
Accidentally thinks out loud. Maybe I should just go after them.
Please
Ninja
don't
smoke
do
bomb.
this.
Oh.
I'm gonna roll stealth.
Oh boy.
Really quick, does anyone know where they went?
Cat does.
Oh no.
24.
Oops.
I was hoping for a crit fail.
That's
I didn't get one.
yeah, that's pretty good. Do you guys want to roll perception as you are presumably chewing out Tailwind out over the phone?
Yes,
I will note
Sure.
that Cat wasn't actually deliberately snaking. So I will happily cut off the
Yeah.
Shaun, you're our only hope.
Oh, I
Oh,
wouldn't
boy.
put your hope on me. I may have some semi-decent perception stats, but I don't think they're that great.
Come on, crit success.
Come on, man.
Wait, this is not the right sheet.
The nerds have disappeared.
I need this one.
They left the brain cells alone.
Brain cells were never here. They were
The
alive.
brain cell.
Only the
the
better
brain
mayor has
cell
the brain
sucks off
cell.
to Endsville.
Look, I may be the cell, like a battery, but I never said I was the wisest of characters.
The better mayor is the brains of this.
Man, y'all are actually going to make Nikola cry.
No!
Oh boy.
Oh, so close.
But that's it. Wait, that's
That's
a nat
a-
20 though.
It is
That
an at
isn't that
20.
I
funny.
can do, man.
Okay. I think
I will, in fact, accept an at 20 spotting Cat wandering off.
yeah.
He wasn't deliberately sneaking. He just was like, oh, it's gone that way, and started wandering.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bloodhound style, just like.
No.
So
So
yeah,
Ah,
you-
yes, there's my friend's trail. Follows.
Shaun,
It's like, where are you going?
yeah, Shaun, out of the corner of your eye, you see Cat just sort of wandering over towards the bridge.
Cat's
Yeah,
just like, oh,
That's trying to mosey along. We should probably follow him.
Fucking.
Like a toddler.
Basically, he's just moseying off.
Waddles into the apocalyptic landscape.
listen, it's past Cat's bedtime. It's very sleepy.
Just where's friend? Friend there? Waddle.
Cat, please.
Cat, no, bad.
What are we actually doing?
Tailwind went this way.
Okay, can we try to keep together? I'm really worried
We're going
about
to need as many
Tailwind.
fists as possible to hit Tailwind with, so we need to be there at the same time.
I just got the mental image of one of you sticking Cat on a child leash.
Yes.
That is
Nick-
necessary.
Nicola will actually hold out a hand for Cat to hold.
Nicola
Cat
is
will
the child
absolutely hold
leash.
the hand with like 0% fucking hesitation.
They actually look like they need the comfort as much as they're keeping you with the group. Just
This
like
is a power of friendship maneuver. You're not allowed to break it.
I think when we all get back together, we need to have a sit down, because this is a real bad feeling, and I don't.
Appreciate
Well,
it.
that's for later.
Are y'all still on the phone with Tailwind, by the way?
Did I hear
I-
all of this?
I hope so.
Probably.
I'll say yeah. I don't think Nikola had the presence of mind to hang up.
Wonderful.
Guilt.
Yeah, you know we're after your ass now.
Yeah, okay. Gotta do this fast. And then figure out a different place that looks like I was just punching holes in broken cars.
Oh no.
Hey, could I roll to see if they would they'd check the website?
Sure. I will. The submissions are not public. It's like a messaging system. So.
Oh, I was picturing like a forum.
Oh.
All right, never mind.
I
Then.
think it's. Yeah, I think we discussed it being like the Tumblr submissions page. So like it's not public unless the blog owner makes it public, which thankfully the post of Nikola and Brittney's selfies is not public.
Would be bad.
Yeah, that would be bad. So
I'm starting to think we're not very good at stealth or subtlety.
I feel like Nikola would notice that anything that could be a person has been taken off the blog.
is cat form Shaun still on the blog though?
I think if it could be a person, they would take it down. So I guess I should roll to see if that would occur to them. A 9. Maybe they'll readdress it later. They're like, is the cat slime a person?
He's a person. We love him.
They don't know.
How would you know? I'm too beautiful.
This party has 2 cats now.
Meow.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah.
Honestly-
So yeah, we got a whole cataclysm going on, so you know.
So if Nikola wants to check the blog, that is what they would see.
Okay, I think that like at least the person that they aren't relying on and trusting is proving to be trustable and reliable. That's something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you can head out for Endsville if you want.
They do so, I think.
Yeah. With Cat 16, I think it's still a pretty clear path to follow to get to Tailwind. Does everyone in this group want to roll perception as they enter Endsville?
Probably a good idea to perceive.
Where the F are my dice? I
mean,
have no. I have them in like a very prominent purple sack. Oh God, here they are.
Were they in front of you the whole time?
No, they were behind a stack of books.
That's in character.
Leave me alone.
No. How would I hug you if I left you alone?
Zen, are you okay with me using physical dice?
Yes, but please type the result into the roll zone.
You got it.
Shaun, you can also, or Verl, you can also roll as well for Shaun.
More perception. I'm probably not going to get another 20, so.
Yeah, perception.
I hope you do, just to spite yourself.
Well, you got
No,
better
not
than
taking
Cat, so.
Better than cat.
Okay.
A bar.
Very sleepy.
Cat, does it take us to
16?
PDP?
that plus anything?
No, that's 16.
Can you type it in the chat?
I'm on it. KT, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to snap.
So yeah, Kat is sort of preoccupied with, following Tailwind's trail of, moderate destruction, footsteps stomped in the pavement. So, less perceptive maybe than the other two. Verl, for all your talk about, I'm probably not gonna get a go roll, you got the best roll, so. So everyone can see, it's the middle of the
Dark
night.
eyes cheating.
It's dark out. And the electricity isn't really on for Endsville anymore, so there's not like street lights and lights coming out of most of these windows. It looks like maybe there's something lit up behind a couple of windows here and there, but for the most part the city is really, really dark. And that's even spookier than it normally is. Yeah. And I will say with a 16 and 18, Shaun and Nikola, as you are following along behind Kat as he leads you deeper into the city, you are noticing that there is movement. Not quite in your face. You can't really tell what's moving, but you keep catching out of the corner of your eye shadows that are like darting around corners or a couple blocks away, running across the street and then out of sight. You can't really make out any distinct features or anything, but you're not alone.
Dun, dun, dun.
When the
There's
DM
definitely
uses
people
that
here.
voice.
I'm just like, mentally, I was like, okay, I sort of killed the creepy vibe there, but like, yeah, there are.
No, it was great.
Yeah,
It's lovely.
other beings moving around in this city.
When the
Who?
DM
What?
sounds
You don't
giddy,
know.
that is scary.
You're the DM.
Yeah, let me just. Oh, I can split my screen into thirds. Ooh,
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
this is useful.
interesting.
Because I have 3 things I want up. Oh, that's not really useful, though. One of these things is much too small.
One of these things is not like the other.
Okay. Let me find again. So, basically, we have... But, Nightlight has a head start on the other 2, so I'm gonna say Nightlight is the first to show up at this, rundown playground where Tailwind has been waiting. So, Tailwind roll perception, Nightlight roll stealth, if you want to try for a stealthy approach.
Wonderful.
That's a 9.
Look, I
It's a nat 2.
deception. Even though I'm training it, seems to be my worst stat.
Well, let's
I-
see. You don't
See,
have a
the-
very
the
high bar to
fox
cross.
only sees what they want to see.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
I feel like it's pretty obvious because this person is covered in is wet.
This
They
sopping
swam
wet,
across.
But are they creepy?
this sopping wet cloaked figure, like trying to sneak down the road, but making these like wet slapping noises with every footstep.
Like a toddler.
There- There's the wonderful, just like ka-chunk, 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 as they turn around and look. And inside the cockpit, Tailwind's like, oh, okay, oh, crap, actually worked. You don't sound like yourself. I have a button for this, I have a button for this. Button
Are they
might
saying
not
this
be
out
enough.
loud?
No, they
More importantly, are they still on the phone call?
no, they would have hung up. They would have hung up at a certain point. I couldn't find a wonderful point to say, oh no, I'm going through a tunnel, goodbye.
Why are you going through a tunnel, Tailwind, now? That doesn't make your situation better.
But Tailwind would have like switch, and then just internally he's like, make a voice now. Howdy.
This person looks. So you said it was. How tall is this thing?
The mech suit is like 5'7".
Okay, cool.
It's only 2 inches taller than Nightlight.
It's an itty bitty Gundam, okay?
They look at this mech in like a cartoonish sweatshop forms up next to the hood because what the fuck, a mech? They just wanted. Why can't this night be like normal for sneaking around?
Why
What
can't
the
we go
fuck
on a
is
real?
wrong?
Why can't
They-
we go on a normal field trip?
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was thinking.
They're having an Arnold moment. Leave them be. They just wait.
Tailwind would point over to the graffiti and just say, "Is that you?"
They do a little nod.
Well, from what I heard down the grapevine, people are looking for you, and not necessarily good ones.
If you could see their face, they'd just be blinking because it's like, yeah, people have been looking for them. You're here. Really quick, did they use the same account to selfie Nikola and Brittney?
No, that was a different account Brittney
That was
set
okay.
up.
So this is the different. Okay, double checking. They just wait awkwardly, like they're here.
Yeah. Not quite sure exactly what's going on, considering everything, but from what I've heard and what I can assume, got and the mech will point at the big tower of Bronson Tower. It's like, you got that looking into whatever you're doing. So I think some friends would be a good idea.
That was pretty much an audible Tallest.
I think a friend would be a good idea. I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know why I can understand the electronic garble, but I can, so that's good.
It wasn't like the electronic, it just got really, really quiet for that part.
It did. I think Nightlight just kind of... They're, like, having flashbacks to the encounter they just had, and they're like, not this again.
You're very popular, Nightlight.
Look, they're not good at this. This is the first time they've had to act like a superhero.
Yeah.
And not panic.
I feel like they just kind of look down and then look slightly up again, and just say, friends are built on trust, so maybe with time. Is there another reason that you contacted me?
I'm good. I'm gonna roll something for
Okay.
Tailwind. It's gonna be a flat d20. See if they brought a vial of the goo.
You see, if
Oh,
Tailwind was just
boy.
honest and was like, I just wanted to show off my mech, then
Just so you know, we have a mech.
Just so you know, we have a mech. This person, why do you have a mech? And why is it a baby mech?
Okay. It's big to them, okay?
Even a big mech is usually like 6 foot. Like, even a baby big, like, it's fine.
Like,
It's like one of those things that you use so that individuals can pick up big crates.
So
It's like an Iron Man suit.
God. Yeah, effectively.
Powerless.
So
A cute rotund Iron Man suit.
It's like the
Like,
Hulk
one of
Buster.
my favorite things is that they are friends with Cat, so like they know a massively tall person in day-to-day life, and that was still like, yeah, 5 feet is tall.
5'7".
So there's some.
hang on. I just
Oh.
wanna ask, is this something that Tailwind put in their hammer space specifically for this meeting, or is this something that Tailwind regularly carries around?
Oh gosh, I bet they carry it around, don't they?
I have to confirm this. I cannot say I can neither confirm nor deny.
You have to confirm.
God asked.
So, this is a vial that they have been like examining for effectively this entire time. It's a little separated bit of the stuff that they have. And any time that they've been able to sneak into school and like borrow some science equipment to get better looks at this, because they're not necessarily scientifically inclined, they're mechanically inclined. So they have to figure this out all on their own. So it's something that they had, but for now, for the recent time, they've probably had it on them for a while.
Okay. There might be consequences to that later, but yeah, if they just carry around some Catalyst V, yeah, they can pull that out.
Yeah, so
But they have to roll hammer
there
space
is
for that?
some.
That would be a D10.
God.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait.
We're tunes, remember?
I would like to point out to Tailwind really quick. Your hammer space is on your person inside the mech.
Yes. I was going to get to that in a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Limbo.
Oh.
That bullet flies past.
Oh.
So yeah, you get this little vial of Catalyst V out just fine.
Okay, so there's some mechanical sounds, and what sounds like at least a little bit of a pneumatic tube sound.
My brain is like, lollipop? Because Banks.
As the palm of this mech opens up and the vial is there.
This person takes a step back because why do you have that?
Do you know what this is? We've run into this a couple of times.
Then would they?
You can roll
With who they know.
history.
Okay. Roll a history. I forgot to retype the formula so that I could be fast. Okay. Do I have a good history? I hope I do. Well, it's not awful.
Okay. 6. You might have heard about Catalyst V before, but you have no idea what it looks like. So this is not connecting in your brain to whatever you might know about Catalyst V.
They just stare at it. Tailwind. Who knows if they know what it is or not. They're just waiting for you to do whatever you're gonna do.
Like I said, trust needs to be in kind. Got this from let's just say, not so happy doctor. They're gonna like slowly and carefully put it down on what I'm assuming is like a park bench.
Yeah, there could
Like
be a
put
bench.
it down there and just let it sit. And from what I can tell, that Mr. Crazy has been using it to kidnap pets from around town and meld them together. Not fuse, not stitch, meld.
Can this person roll investigation on the vial?
Sure.
That is a 17.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, yeah, it's a little stoppered glass vial of a violently green, slightly glowing, thick liquid, it looks like.
Mm,
It might
similar-
be bubbling without any outside intervention. Very ominous looking and very unnatural looking.
I feel like they would maybe connect that color with some of the mutants they've seen.
Yeah, I think they can at least, between the appearance and what Tailwind just said, they can make a guess that this is maybe Catalyst V.
I think they very carefully pick it up. It's just like a shadowy hand. And it disappears under the cloak for now.
I've done what I can. I've done what I can with what I have, but I don't. No matter how much I think I know, I'm finding out more every time. So
I think they just say, what would you want from me?
for now, I
What?
guess some cooperation.
Cooperation with?
I have some friends that are also in this.
I have met some, I
Uh,
think.
we mean well, but I don't think we quite know exactly what's going on. That can be intentional.
You're getting
real
really
quiet,
quiet.
again.
Yeah.
Ah, god damn it.
Thomas is now only allowed to swear with the voice modulator.
I can't wait to listen to this later. So, so what was, I think, we mean well, but we're not exactly seasoned at this.
They nod. They think, and then they say, I will be willing to cooperate to an extent. One of your allies was interesting, but I don't think all of you mean things maliciously.
Maybe a heads up next time something weird happens might be helpful.
They nod. I think they think, and Zen, may I have some creative liberties that you can tell me no to?
Outline what you're thinking.
Well, they need a spot where they can exchange that shit that's other than the website, because obviously the website is compromised. So, would there be a good hiding spot somewhere in this playground area, or one that they could tell the person about, the Tailwind about, where they could leave information to be picked up? Do you think?
I think this playground could work as a drop point.
I think they go up to the spray painted symbol and slide out a brick in the middle, which is interesting because it didn't look like it could, and it's hollow on the inside.
Now, is that in every one of those marks, or just this one?
Some yes, some no. Most of them just mark a location of something. Sometimes they're just there to help people find the website.
Well,
Most people
Can't
don't come
say.
here.
Well, I've been here at least more than most. At least trying to. It's a good place to find things. Maybe not the best place, but the good place.
Do you think this person would recognize any of the equipment you are currently wearing as things that you might have found in Endsville?
Maybe, probably, but like out of character, Tailwind like scraps here a lot for projects.
Hey Zen, has Tailwind ever been spotted by anyone? Doesn't have to be Nightlight.
In Endsville or going to Endsville?
Yeah, by any residents of Endsville.
Oh, right. It would be weird if they hadn't.
That's fair, because they're not necessarily sneaking around there. They're literally being like, ah, yes, this giant car. Let's take the battery.
Hey, my car, you little shit!
I think this person tilts their head and nods. And just kind of thinks and just says, we can maybe make better spots later, but for now, I can put things here. Do you have safe
Alright.
ways to get here?
As safe as I know.
Your voice mod.
Okay, now
Newest member of the
conundrum.
Change family.
Here's the conundrum. Do I have that in media res that the voice bit crapped out or not? Because that'd be kind of funny.
Hit something internally.
It's like, shit.
The funniest thing would be if this person was like, Nikola?
This person's like, is everybody in this group from the boonies? Two of those southern accents, okay.
Oh, God.
We're actually a country and western band.
You know, when the country band gets mutated and becomes superheroes.
I'd watch the shit out of that.
Brittney's the manager.
Anyway. As safe as I know. Well.
I think they just say anything else.
I think this is a good first step.
They nod.
For a long and prosperous partnership. Or at least acquaintance.
You just see a shadowy hand do a thumbs up. And then point behind them like, I'm gonna go then.
Hang on, before they go, wouldn't it be fucking funny if right now is when Nikola, Cat, and Shaun arrive?
Oh no.
God.
Amazing.
So, question, are Cat, Shaun, and Nikola transformed or in civilian gear?
I'd say that Cat probably hadn't bothered to change out of his
Gas mask, that's fair.
Yeah, like he couldn't be asked to take it off.
It is dark though. Should I roll perception? I think that they have night vision. So actually, no, I don't know if they do have night vision.
Everyone can roll perception, actually.
All right. Wonderful.
The reason I've been
this
rolling
person
so
is
well
just-
because I have my stock eyes.
That is a 6. Let me put it in the chat.
This person is just like gesturing with their thumb behind them like they're about to leave, and then they're frozen like that because then these people roll up and they're like,
Ah, nerds.
Ah, great, these assholes again.
That is my perception.
So, I just I'm sorry, Lordly, did you say that Cat hadn't bothered to change back into uh their costume?
No, I hadn't bothered to change out of it.
Okay.
Okay, so 13, 14, 13, 6, 3. So yeah,
Yay.
as Nightlight gestures that they're gonna leave, Tailwind can see their other 3 friends coming down the street. Cat's still wearing their gas mask. Shaun still, and I'm gonna assume Nikola has switched back to normal form at this point.
I was thinking so, but also I don't know if they'd walk around as Nikola if the other 2 are in costume.
Well, I don't think
Yeah.
Shaun was in costume, just Cat wearing a gas mask.
Originally, but if everybody
Okay.
else was costumed up, I would match. Since
They also might it's Endsville. Maybe they wouldn't be in civilian.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my thought is, it's Endsville. Shaun and Nikola have both seen other entities moving around the city. It would possibly be prudent to transform preemptively.
Yeah.
Alright.
So, I will accept either that they transformed or that they didn't. Just let me know which.
I think they're transformed, especially if they've seen creepies and crawlies.
Spookies and spookums.
Yeah. So
Weasels and woozles.
and Cat leading the trio and Shaun behind him both see this abandoned playground where smaller than you'd think mech suit is talking to a hooded figure, Nightlight.
Who is still slightly drier, but still wet.
And
Like
has
we
their
would-
back to them as well.
it's like, oh, this is what you call practicing in a hidden space.
All right. The accent has dropped.
This person just looks at you deadpan. Is it obvious that they're looking at something behind them?
Like, crap.
Cat will wave excitedly at Tailwind.
Oh, look, it's my friend. Waves.
He is holding one of his swords in his waving hand.
Can Nightlight turn around and see this maniac in a grass light waving a sword?
Yes.
He's flailing a sword.
I think they see it and they're gonna want to skitter away because what the fuck? This person who is greatly taller than them, waving a sword, wearing a gas mask, in the middle of the night.
I mean, Tailwind's not going to stop them.
It's a very safe individual that you should not be afraid of. Don't worry.
They only want hugs. They don't look like Jason at all.
They don't look like Mad Max cannon fodder.
Especially not with this backdrop.
Nikola looks not mad but disappointed.
Oh no, even worse.
I think the person, I think Nightlight hesitates if Nikola looks disappointed.
And I mean, hey, Brittney's not here, so the scary one's not with them.
Yeah, I think they're looking around like, is the scary one here?
Everyone is not here.
I think that they get some safe distance and then stop and then just turn around to wait to see what the fuck is about to happen. Because the scary one's not here, at least.
Cat will bounce up to Tailwind and just sort of lean, like flop on top of the mecha in an affectionate gesture.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, this is a little awkward, but I have a perfectly reasonable reason for doing things.
Turn off the voice.
Come on. We still have guests. Gestures.
Let's have an emotional conversation in robot voice.
We do have an audience, so maybe
Yeah,
they should
I
be
mean-
giving the robot voice.
I
There-
think
There's
again,
something
Nightlight just
called a persona.
I think they just like point like I'm gonna go. Nice meeting all of you, I guess. And then they run off.
Well,
Have a good night.
Just wet footsteps running off.
Bye again.
What were you thinking?
They weren't
okay.
thinking.
Can I make a perception check to see if Nightlight has actually left, or are they
Sure.
like in and around? Just hiding.
Yeah, you can roll.
Rolling this all night, but it's about what happens. Da-da-da. Wah.
Can I
9.
also make a roll to see if we're being spied on actively check?
Sure. Anyone who wants to can roll perception.
Whew, Cat is not rolling high tonight.
My brain just went, anyone who wants can roll perception.
So yeah, with an
Continue.
11, Cat, you don't see anyone but, you know, the four of you. You do notice the graffiti that that Tailwind was up near. That is, you know, the Nightlight symbol. Yeah, similarly, Shaun, this is an abandoned playground in the dark. No one's here but the four of you. It seems
God,
like
I'm so
Nightlight
confident.
has indeed left.
They
Okay.
did Nightlight did head towards the river, very obviously.
Okay. If
Nikola
that is
on
the
a
case,
roller?
and
I think Nicola's pretty focused right now.
Fair
yeah.
enough.
So
They for now they trust the others to keep an eye out.
with a 9 and without any knowing of anything else, Tailwind will pop a latch. You hear a hiss as the jaw of this mech robot opens and inside his Tailwind. Like, hey,
We found it. We found the idiot. They're here.
Pop goes the tailwind.
Is that in character?
Tailwind, is it alright if I give you a hug?
I mean, okay, I got some wires in here that don't touch. They might give you a shock, but I mean,
I don't care.
okay.
They reach in and like a kitten inside of like a giant soup bowl. They just like they hug. And I think that they like after a moment they stand back with their hands on his shoulders like, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? Why?
We, from what I could find and what it looks like, these points, his arm, their arms are still in like these sockets for the robot arms. As it points over to the graffiti, those marks are everywhere around here. They know more about what's going on than I think we do at all. We need someone.
And we had a meeting which you were invited to where we tried to liaison with them.
And you weren't there for backup because you
I didn't.
meandered off.
Okay, look, I was there. I was at the junkyard for most of that. I checked in on you a good couple of times before even setting foot in here. And he just gestures at the robot. We need to know more.
Then
I
why won't
think-
you work with us?
If you want to make an insight check, that might be a fairly good idea. Just seeing Tailwind's like expressions.
18 plus 22?
Dear Lord. So the expression you see is Tailwind. You get the sense and you get the look that Tailwind has been doing things alone for a while. And that if, like, push comes to shove, like, this whole team thing has been going on for probably, like, collectively, the craziness has been going on for probably not even a month. So their mindset is still, I think I can fix things. I need to look into it. It's not we, it's I still. And it's there is an emotional barrier there of trying to stay detached. And you can't tell if that's from either a bad experience or a stubbornness that they have.
Would you like to roll an insight check back?
Sure. But that's not 120, it's just a d20.
Roll a D120.
That's surprisingly high.
Hmm. Nikola is scared and they don't know what to do. They were very worried about your well-being first of all. They're shocked and hurt that you went off on your own when they were under the impression that you if not trusted the rest of the team, were willing to rely on them. It seems slightly disproportionate to what's actually going on in a way that makes you think that maybe there's maybe this was exacerbated by the actions of another person tonight. But they're just a kid, man.
Yeah. Like,
They're a kid amongst kids, and they also feel like they have responsibility in a sort of nebulous way, and they can't do anything to keep folks safe if everyone's a fucking cowboy. And I think they just kind of they just kind of look lost.
things are fine. I know my way around here. I've dealt with things. I am much more heavily armed than any other time I've been in here. It's
And if something happened, we wouldn't have known.
I could have gotten a hold of you. Like I need to figure things out. I'm the one, and there's this moment where I think Tailwind, like the little bit of the floodgates part, and it's like I'm the one who put us in this situation. I need to figure things out.
You didn't do this.
I-
At Tailwind.
I did. I brought you there. I screwed all of this up. I need to fix it.
We need to fix it. This happened to all of us. Unless you went ahead and set things up, which frankly, if you had, it would have been much less haphazard. I don't look at the others. I don't know how to tell you that this is your fault. It's sometimes things just happen. If I had asked for your help with something that we all knew was dangerous, that we all knew was a risk, and things spiraled out of control, would you blame me?
No, but I led us there. I touched, I was the one who screwed around with the machinery before it broke. And then there's, the pet scandal and the weird guy who's going to kill us, and then the guy with no shoes. I don't wear shoes, but that's because I can't find shoes in my size, and I feel comfortable without them. He just had, I swear, looking at those, I think he just eats through, his feet are acid. I don't, that's...
Sorry, who are you?
Stankfoot, or,
Ill
Ill Will.
does wear
Ill Will.
shoes. I made
Oh.
a point of that.
Oh, sorry.
'Cause
I
his
was
bare
thinking
feet
of
are
the actual
nasty.
character.
Yeah.
I'm
I was-
sorry. Just
I'm like,
Sorry.
the differentiating quality. Shoes
None
or
of-
no shoes.
None of the
those two
NPCs have been
characters
barefoot
melded
so far.
in my brain.
Valid.
They were the same person for a very long time.
Tailwind, are you shoe blind?
Yes.
Back on track. There was a lab. I was there. I started this whole thing. Then there was the crazy black ichor thing that specifically said all mutants must die. And the only reason we got out of there was because we ran. We ran for the wind. I told a bad joke, and that's too much of a risk. We cannot rely on me telling bad puns to save our lives.
You're right. We don't know what we're doing. But going off on your own, you can't make it so that we're not involved by going off on your own. We're here, we're in it. And there's no going back. And no, we're kind of stuck together. We're all, we all share this kind of secret, and this to me says very strongly that you don't want to be part of the group. And I'm hoping that's not the case, because I don't think I can do this without you. But I know that I don't want you to have to do it without me, and without, they look at Verl and Cat like, please don't make me do all the talking.
Verl, Toon Kind Real?
Yes. Well, you see, I have many streets.
Mm.
So of
Yeah.
course I'm real.
And Nikola will just and if you want to split hairs, it exploded after I messed with it. If you want to cast blame around, give me my fair share. But I try really hard not to blame myself because you know what? There's no way any of us could have foreseen this happening.
I don't blame you, or at least I know on a mental level it's not my fault, but there's more going on than I think any of us know, considering the whole, like, the parade thing. So I was trying to get as much information as I could for the future of this group, this debacle of individuals. Just like there is a muscle relaxing. It's like, I don't know what's going on. Like, there's like 4 different groups or like individuals trying to kill us. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Just in future, if you're going to go off on your own, invite one of us, so at least, you know, one of us will know what's happened to
Hey,
you.
Cat, stop talking into your tin can, please. We can't hear you.
Oh no.
Look, he saw a moth.
God, the moth
That's
jokes
just
are
gonna
gonna
be
be fucking unintelligible to anyone who listens to the recording.
In jokes.
Is this better?
It's the in jokes.
A little bit. But you're
Yeah.
still kind
Moth
of
is
far
the
away.
big bad.
I
Just
swear
as
to
we
God.
just as we step into the arena to fight Mayor Bronson, like a giant foot comes down on him and like the moth looms over the landscape.
It was the moth all along.
The moth was the mastermind.
Anyway, we were
I
having an
think you
emotional
mean-
moment.
Yeah, we're
Right.
having yeah.
We're relieving tension.
Fair
Yes.
enough.
I don't think at least Kat would need to make an insight check. Like, being the one who knows Tailwind the best, like, they are trying to juggle like 7 things at a time, and while it's working, they don't know how long it's going to work. And that's like the fear in their head. Like, this whole group and how things are working out is working currently, but what it's the but what if questions that keep running through their head.
What if no longer
Makes
keeps
sense.
working?
Did they get anxiety as a superpower?
Congratulations. This is what having a million thoughts an hour, a million thoughts a minute does to a person.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You got a really crappy superpower.
My
ADHD.
superpower is
This is
mental
the one
illness.
who melts.
I'm medicated for that superpower.
Same.
I'm
But yeah.
not. Though I probably should be.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a mood.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
yeah,
mean, I don't know
Kat-
for sure, but like,
But yeah, Cat's just like, you know, you can ask for help, right? Like, none of us know what's going on or how to deal with anything or any of that, but you know, it's what friends are for. And like, you historically take on a lot too much, and you know, if you asked us for help, would help, including on your school thing. You should ask for help on that. It's weird that you're like the only person working on that.
I appreciate it. Every time you crawl through the ducts and get into the wirings, I have to redo that.
Just imagines rabid raccoons stuck in the wiring.
They are a rabid raccoon that sits in the wiring.
Yeah.
And I am sorry that I make more things difficult for you, both in terms of that and also he waves
Here
his
they-
hand expansively.
Cat.
You know,
And I mean this in the most sincere way possible. Since moving here, you are the closest thing I've had to a best friend.
you
wanna
can't
make the
say
aw
it.
noise?
You cannot say it because of his mask, but you know, Cat's immediately started tearing up and is just like started hugging the mech again.
But does your mech have a cute little aw sound effect in it? You should play that now.
Does it just go ubu?
No, I have the voice modulator and the... He's not going to bring up the accent because that is more embarrassment.
Hi, Nikola. They were trying to be mysterious and they thought of you.
Nikola will think of that later.
I mean, look, the other part of this is like I want to help out in when things go down. This helps. Like they'll like twist their arm in the mech and out comes a much bigger version of, especially Nikola would notice that that fire launcher that they had that was like a modified slingshot. It's much bigger and has industrial like rubber bands there. That it kind of looks like a redneck's version of like a rail rifle, like a rail gun, like into the arm. It's like I can help. I don't like you guys can get backup whether you need it in the front or in the front line because tunk metal, or if we need someone to like shoot something out of the air, considering the flying weird birds.
You want to keep us safe.
Yes.
No, appreciated. But it's hard to keep safe if you're all by yourself, because, you know, we can't return the favor.
Yeah, like, I don't know what to say. Mood. Like, I have a, I get a lot of nightmares about y'all dying. Not about dying, about y'all dying.
I don't think it takes an insight check, or at least you've made it one well enough to like see in Talon's eyes, like same.
Like, I get not feeling like you have any place to turn. That's a big part of why I'm in the city. And I don't want you to feel like that ever again. But we can't. I can't make your decisions for you. Like, it's either we're a group of maladapted teenagers trying to figure this shit out, or we're a team that's gonna make it better.
I vote for the second.
Do you?
Like I think no matter what, I'm gonna be trying to figure whatever the heck is going on, because I think we're all in this too deep to get out now. I mean, I don't know about Prima Donna, considering that she's not even here.
We're gonna have a talk with her.
Yeah.
We need a family meeting. It's
There's
when we all get back. I'm making up a nice meal, maybe some drinks. We're gonna pick a nut when we don't have a lot of homework, and we're gonna have a family meeting. Um,
I want to do this at least once tonight, and I think that, uh, eh, I was expecting the worst. In all honesty, I came here with the means and the disposition that's like, oh, if things went south, I was gonna punch something, and if things went south here, trying to, lay down some informational seeds, trying to get a network going. Hopefully hopefully it happens. Considering what I don't know about what you guys talked to them about, the gestures and the way Nightlight went, or the quick little discussion the two of us had. Hopefully, we can start to get some more information on how we can fix this, or at least how we can be a bit more proactive than just dealing with something before someone gets hurt.
yeah. It's they kind of look at all of the other three and they kind of go, it's our conversation didn't go too great. It's
Brittney is
certainly
frightening. What a surprise.
yeah, I wasn't perfect. It's I'm sure Shaun would be the first to tell you that I guess I'm not the best secret keeper. Who'da thunk?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like we blabbed about secret identities yet. Hopefully, we're not being watched. As Tailwind is like sitting like cross-legged, their feet on the lower half of the jaw, in the mech suit.
Yeah. But the other, so I don't think I did perfect, but Brittney was almost working against me. Like, it's rather than making friends, she wanted to make them afraid.
I mean, from, and I think I'm remembering this correctly. DM, you can stop me if I am remembering this falsely. Didn't Brittney come to Tailwind first to try to get this information?
To try and track down the website owner, yes.
Yes. Yeah, from the start of this whole thing, she tried to rope me in on this. She's not subtle. I'll say that much. So yeah, I mean, now hopefully we have a friendly acquaintance that we can get in contact with.
Yeah, no thanks to Brittney, frankly. Speaking of asking the group for help, can y'all help me keep an eye on her? 'Cause I trust her more than I think I probably should. And I don't think I can do much to help that. Like, she's a friend. She just is a friend. And I can't I don't know what to do if I can't trust her. And I don't want to work against her, and I don't want her hurt. I want her safe. I want her part of the the team. But I think I'd like a little bit of help just keeping an eye on her and keeping her from hurting anyone.
No, she asked me to set up security cameras for the bridge.
Oh, does she now?
Oh yeah. I think she's I think that's on the list of her future things to buy. God.
Well,
But I mean, hopefully, if things go well, I can.
Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure she would have shared that plan with the others.
Yeah, she's like,
I-
as they're having this conversation, Brittney is at home online shopping for spy cameras on her own.
On Bronson's on.
God.
Emma
Bronze
Braun.
on.
Bronson. Oh God.
Listen, if she's gonna get someone to do it, she's going to hire someone not involved.
And just have a random person in that is now has a reason to be suspicious? Well,
There's
we'll
a
deal
lot
with
of different
this.
reasons why a socialite would want spy cameras. Let's be real here.
We will handle the
I
spy
mean-
cameras later.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's hope. I mean, from push comes to shove, I mean, this works. Just like moves around. There's like a gyro to like spin 180 like 360 degrees. Like, I mean, I'm not latched in. I can get out. I have a new crowbar. Pulls the crowbar out of the hammer space, puts it back in for the joke. Like, so, I mean, if the new latch is stuck, I have a way out.
Nikola, Nikola also pulls out a crowbar like, yep,
Good to know.
you just have that now.
Cat's just going to
Yeah.
look worriedly between the two of them, as he has no context for this.
It's
really.
fine. It's fine. Had some trouble, but it all worked out in the end.
Pulls out crowbar without context.
Okay, I don't know about that one. But yeah. Want to see what this does? And just like trying to change subject and get away from the mountain of emotions as Tailwind quickly gets back into position and closes the jaw.
Side note, I just really want to see Cat try and fit in there.
Oh, you're way too big.
Your knees are gonna be past your head.
Oh yeah, like
Balls?
If it fits, he sits. Liquid cat.
Well,
No,
technically
cat is a
gaseous
gas.
cat.
Vapor.
she's vaporwave. Like, check this out.
Gas. A real gas.
As Tailwind now in the suit proper, just what was the spell? Spells. Yeah, just cast Firebolt like they have been, but instead of the slingshot, it's this like mechanical like almost looks like a crossbow mechanism, just like fires off what looks like a tiny comet into the sky. Eh?
Well, if you wanted to get visibility points, sure. Good job.
Yeah, I figure
Phil
that's
is
a
chuckling.
good segue into as the fire like hits its apex and sort of fizzles out. The four of you here in the not so distant distance, what sounds like a wolf howling. And I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alright.
Bad puppy.
Oh, that might not have been a good idea.
The
Oh,
voice.
really?
Nicola's gonna figure out how to do programming just to change the voice, aren't they?
That's an 18.
That's an 8.
Ooh.
What kind of check did you say?
A wisdom saving throw.
Oh no! Uh-oh.
Well,
9.
You're also
Alright, I
in
have a 0.
spectator chat.
Crap.
but I'll still count it. 9. Verl, can you roll a whiz save?
Verl, are you with
That is
us?
super great.
Oh, okay, cool.
You're also in
I
spectator
totally
chat.
passed it.
3. Okay, yeah. So in this case, Nikola is the only one that makes it. That's fitting. And the rest of you who heard this howl, you feel like your blood run cold with terror and fear. Even if you're not that scared of wolves, it has that effect of just absolute fear sort of taking over your mind. You can guess that it's maybe not a natural effect of a normal wolf howl.
Fucking cyber wolves.
Okay.
Like
Oh,
wolves
yes,
who
the
suffer,
cyber wolves.
obviously.
Let me just... Well, we're gonna take a break. Yeah, I think we'll take a break here, and then when we come back, we will handle that. Sound good?
Wonderful.
Sounds good to me. Just in time for dinner as well, actually.
Oh, heck yeah.
Cool.
What timing? So we'll be back in like 10 or 15.
Yeah.
All right.
Deal with that.
See you then.
I will pause the recording.
Okay, welcome back from the break, everyone, and we do now have a map of this little area I've been describing. So, to give an overview, we have the little playground that we have the street obviously up here. We have the playground equipment in the swings. And this is where the graffiti of Nightlight symbol is. So, and then we have numbers along the top and letters along the side. That's not even remotely a straight line, but basically to make it easy to tell which grid you're in, which square of the grid you're in. So, as everyone who is present hears this wolf howl, do you want to lay your claim to a spot on the grid for where you think you were standing? And I will mark you down in there.
I'm gonna go with J8.
J8. That's very crooked. Okay.
Could Nikola perhaps be in, let's say, I-9? Like, pretty close.
I-9. Nikola. Okay.
Cat was leaning on Tailwind, so probably I8.
Okay. And Verl.
Gotta choose a spot. Should be close to the others, so, you know. Right in front of Nikola probably makes sense. Or is that behind Nikola?
It's like H9, HJ, or J9.
Which way was the sound coming from?
You could not tell. Maybe off towards the high numbers and letters,
Okay,
further into the city.
beside Tailwind then. The J, yeah.
J9. All right.
We're stuck in this box of emotion.
That's right. It's
I
the
have this
emotion
big-ass
box, and
map and
also
you're
the
in
I'm
a-
trying to protect you with my body box.
Okay.
Also, it looks a lot like it says knots in like a funky sort of design.
Fair enough. So yeah. Also, if each of you can roll initiative.
Bitch. Sorry.
Dice be
Not
like
you.
that.
I put them away for the break. They're in their claustrophobic little jar. Okay, and they have been freed. Okay, initiative is +2. 7.
Remind me, initiative is from Dex, right?
Yeah, it's your dex modifier, unless you have any modifications to it.
Great. These stat blocks do not have the Dex modifier written out.
That's dumb, but sometimes that's just how it be.
As DM, you have the right to decide. You are God.
This one has it written
All hail.
out, so I'll do this.
All hail.
Well, I know that one's 0.
Ow.
Okay, so that's Nikola,
Son.
Tailwind, Lordly and Verl. Make sure you roll as well.
Yes, so I have place in order.
I also have. It's in the chat. I rolled on a different. I rolled on the site where I keep my stats. So
Just yeah, copy that into the oh, I
It's
see
in there.
the screenshot. It's above everything I looked at. Wow, very well done. Okay, I think that's
I don't remember my initiative. Oh right, my initiative is low. I remembered it was bad. I don't remember how bad.
I mean, one of the enemies has a -1. Is it that bad?
So do I.
Oh my god, how? You're supposed to be.
Dexterity
I
is
guess
my
you have
dump
the
stat.
-1. Okay.
Slime ain't dexterous.
Well, you
I'm
got
a
12.
constitution slime, thank you.
You got a 12.
Congratulations.
That's not bad.
Congratulations, Shaun is
I'm sorry.
sticky.
Is
I
your
have a lot of
superhero
HP.
name Bublek?
First, we have
Possibly.
I'm sorry, but Constitution Slime sounds like something that, like a tourist trap would sell around the 4th of July for tourists to the US.
Fuck
Awful.
you. Somehow it has the words of
Oh!
freedom in there.
Please, no.
Listen, if anyone wants to hire me for my marketing ideas,
It's probably already happened and I'm sad about it.
Oh my god. That's... Okay.
like they just have little. I'll give you my elevator speech later.
But we don't have elevators.
Well, that's a step in the wrong direction.
Those are escalators.
Look at what you've done.
and you're old and
Hush, be quiet. Shush.
That escalated
Be at
quickly.
peace.
No, it didn't, because we don't have the elevators.
Well,
22. 20.
you could say that we reached a lower level. Thank you for laughing.
Right. Back to the game. We're all about to die.
Hang on, I'm still coming up with
Back to perishing.
the order. What's the +2? This. And then we have 7. Then we have
For anyone who cares, I have the Yu Yu Hakusho season, the first few episodes theme song in my head, but the English version, and so that's just
Ooh.
playing in the background of this serious moment, da 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 da.
I posted my battle music because I have one bit, and that is Tailwind being a Sonic character. because
Is
I love
this your Sonic? Is
no,
this
this
Sonic?
is Tails.
Yeah, I know I'm being silly. You know the meme where it's like, what kind of bird is this? Is this a Sonic?
This is a
Is
Sonic.
it the pigeon?
All I can think about is how the original concept of Sonic the Hedgehog was a normal hedgehog named Sunny,
Aw.
and Dr. Eggman was the father figure who then got corrupted by being fused with, like, the power crystals and a legitimate egg.
What?
And literally an egg.
Weird, stupid things.
Anyway.
Okay. Okay. I have the order. I should type it up. A little video preview preventing me from pinning this. Okay. So. Okay. Narration time. Description time. Words.
You can do it.
Yeah. I got this. So yeah, as you hear that, howl fading, the four of you draw together, readying for whatever is going to come next. And you see a very large wolf dog sort of stalking out from an alleyway and entering the clearing where the four of you are. And sort of drawn in by the noise, you also see a very large sort of ox-looking creature with twisted, just a mess of horns beginning to stalk down the street, sort of like snuffling and tossing its head, looking for a fight, and a sort of floating tentacle creature also creeping out of another alleyway, all sort of drawn in with curiosity to see what is going on here and what the four of you are up to. So Kat, you are up first. What do you want to do?
What was the effect of failing that wisdom throw?
Kat, let me double check. You are frightened by the wolf, and if you start your turn within 30 feet of it, you must use all your movement to get away from it. And I will say each square on this map is 5 feet, so 10, 20, 30, 40. You're not starting your turn within 30 feet of it.
So... which one is the wolf, so I don't
Oh,
go
it's
fight that?
the Y.
Why? Okay. The yap in yaps.
Well, because technically, mechanically, it is a Yeth Hound, so...
Oh.
I gotta... Hang on, I'll make my eraser bigger. I'm guessing that term is familiar to you.
I DM a lot of games.
I need to get my pen back.
Oh, there's an S in the enemy order, and also there's an S that is
Oh.
Shaun.
Dang it. That's because it would have otherwise been an A. and I was like, oh, there's 2 A enemies. That will get confusing. Hang on, let me edit that.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, I should attack the one that's next to us, and then I'm like, wait, no, that's...
No, don't.
No. No, do not attack the
Friends.
slime. Attack the
Wait.
other slime. That's the good one.
Not the trademark.
It's a B now, and it's not on the map yet.
Okie dokie. Cat will draw his swords and run to attack the P.
All right, that is the flying tentacle monster. It vaguely resembles a starfish and a jellyfish sort of crossed together. So yeah, roll your attack.
Alrighty. Just hold on a second. Is it cool if I just roll in the thing that I have all things set up with and just screenshot the results for you?
Yeah, you don't need to screenshot. Just typing in is fine.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, just like tell us your results in chat
Okie dokie.
Mhm.
and in game, because it's always good to hear. This is an audio medium.
Okay. 19 to hit.
That hits.
For 5 pierce. And a further... That's a 9 to hit. Unless I have advantage, which I don't think I do.
The 9 does not hit.
Okie dokie.
So the first one
And that-
hits.
And that ends my turn.
How much?
Wait, no.
How much damage did it do?
5 piercing.
Um,
And before I forget, this is why I like here. I've got everything written out. Oh right, it takes an additional 1d6 piercing damage from my gathered swarm. So
What class are you? I want to say rogue, right?
Ranger, right?
Cat is a ranger.
Oh.
So just
There we are. So a total of 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay. All right. And then it is Tailwind's turn.
All right. Might have missed this, but I think you said some stuff isn't on the board or we can't see stuff. Can I see P?
Yes. Any letters that are written on the board you can see. I put B in the turn order, but B is not on the map yet.
Okay. Tailwind. Feeling the adrenaline kind of kick in. You see
I should...
the mech kind of flex a little bit as things start revving up. As Tailwind is going to charge towards P, and they are going to use the armor feature of what's it called? I have to scroll down. That's the tinkering stuff. The Guardian suit, which is what I have. The Thunder Gauntlets. For each of the armor's gauntlets, count as a simple melee weapon when you aren't holding anything, and deal 1d8 thunder damage on hit. The creature hit by the gauntlets has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you until the start of your next turn. The armor emits a distracting pulse at the creature when the creature tries to attack someone else.
All right. roll to attack.
All right. Here's the sad thing about melee with Tailwind, because it's my stats. Hopefully this doesn't go horribly wrong. Oh no, wait, because yeah, it's a flat d20 to hit.
Ooh, that does not hit.
All right. Bonus action. They are going to. It looks like they pull back their fists, and it looks like a cocking mechanism happens as a second effect of the armor. For a bonus action, defensive field. Bonus action. I gain temporary hit points equal to my artificer.
All right.
So I have
4?
3 temp hit points. 4 temp hit points currently.
Yeah. It's like, which is like 4. It's like, yep.
Sorry, we were
Not
3 for a
perfect
while
gamer.
there.
But doesn't the Thunder Gauntlet use int to determine its 2-hit bonus?
I'm looking, and I don't know where exactly to find that. Does it?
Let me check. I'm fairly sure it is based off int.
That would be yeah, because as an armorer, you're able to use your intelligence for like strength or dex-based weaponry. So that would include like just about any weapon.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's another feature, I believe.
I didn't see it there then. So instead of, it would be, because I have a -1 to strength, which gets counted out because the arm, which is considered a mace, it has the returning feature on it, has a +1. So it's 9 plus 6.
9
So
plus 6.
14.
15. 9 plus 6?
Yes, 15.
Yeah. Still doesn't quite make it.
Sad, but also fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And
a
at
lot
least we know for
less.
next time.
It's a lot less of a miss.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's like
The
a close
giant
one.
Scattering right off in the wrong way.
Yeah, you just see a giant fist come at this thing, and just.
And it's sort of like you would have had a solid hit on like 2 of its big chunky tentacles, but it sort of like lifts them out of the way and spins and just dodges your fist as you try to hit it.
Oh wait, by the way, I was wrong about the intelligence thing. It only applies to the weapon you get from your armor. But it still doesn't change anything, I'm pretty sure.
Sad, but fine. I'll figure that out as we go along.
Mm.
Oh,
It's
wait,
fine.
that would
Not
have
hitting was
been
gonna
it because it's
happen
the Thunder
anyway.
Gauntlets.
Mm.
Anyways, it's fine. That is my turn.
All right. Which brings it to the wolf's turn. I think 10, 20, 30. Yeah, I think it sees Cat and Tailwind sort of moving around, fighting with the other mutant, and is like, okay, I want in on that fight, and sort of starts running towards that direction where those two are, but its movement is such that, well, I mean, if it could use its action to dash, maybe, but hang on, I'm on the wrong thing. Let me just check. Like, dash can be a action, right? To double your movement speed?
Yes. Unless you're a rogue, then it's a bonus action.
Yeah.
Also, some creatures have it as a bonus or a free action.
I do not see it on the stat block, so it's not a... not a thing that this can do. I think it's just, even if it dashed, it can't do anything if it gets close. So it's just sort of calmly stalking towards the three of you. And for now, it's not able to get in range to attack. And let me just following its lead, the big bull-looking thing is also going to start charging into the playground to get a sense of the action. Anyone out diagonally on a square? Does that still count as 5 feet?
I believe so.
Yep,
I'm
rules
not
as written.
usually-
That's
Usually a square is a square is a
that's
square.
how it works.
Okay, cool, because I'm not doing math tonight.
I mean,
So
some DMs are really particular about it, but most people just say diagonal. That's 5 feet. Who gives a shit?
yeah.
We're here to have fun. Whatever.
20,
I mean, we could break out with the calculus if you really want, but
do not.
Don't you dare.
So the bull comes charging into the playground and sort of gets into a dead run and smacks into this large slide that's coming down from the play structure, which I've so beautifully illustrated, cracking it further, and like tosses its head, shaking off the hit, no problem, and starts stalking around the side of the play structure to come face to face with Nikola and sort of, I think for the moment it's not quite attacking yet, but it's tossing its head and it's like snorting, but it's sort of like eyeing Nikola to see if it wants to start charging Nikola or not. Nikola, do you want to roll, what would this be? Intimidation, and see if you can convince this, towering mutant bull not to try stabbing you with its horns.
ooh, they're good with that. They're good with that. All right.
Grab the bull by the horns there.
That's a 23.
Okay.
I will write that in the thing. Can they
Can they? What you...
I was going to flavor it as like their eyes kind of glow and like in in this thing's brain they hear just said, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
Ooh, yeah. I think the bull like tosses its head and snorts and does not attack you, but also sort of stands its ground. It's not running off, but it hasn't attacked yet. It's like you can tell it's like a little bit hesitant about just racing forward and trying to hurt Nikola.
Animal handling check to tame the savage beast.
Oh no.
We already have enough pets. We cannot keep track of more.
Adopts more. Our evil plan.
I will say, you could not fit this thing in your grandparents' apartment, any of it. It is taller than Cat.
Yeah, and like it, look at it. It's something that large, like, that would be really irresponsible to try to take care of in an urban setting without the right resource.
Luckily, they also have family out rural way, don't they?
Here, I'm sending
Dear
you a
Grandma
pet I had.
Hildegard.
Oh no.
Well, I was just thinking they're moms, but wow.
Oh no.
And with that, it ends its turn, and it is now Shaun's turn.
Okay.
I should really use
Trying
a
to think of a decent
different color to tell these guys apart.
avenue of attack here.
So that we can tell who's friend or foe, I'm just gonna... There we go.
You want me to weigh in with some strategy?
It's like, okay, so we got A, Y, and P off the top of our heads. We fight.
Mm-hmm.
See, way I see it, you either fight A, which won't leave Nikola alone being attacked by a giant thing, or you could go down and waylay Y, so it doesn't attack me and Tailwind.
I will note, A and N seem to be in a standoff where Nikola is not in immediate danger of being gored.
Yeah, and Y and P are in very good position to do a flank.
Yeah.
Me quickly
I
googling
was
how
thinking
On
of
Cat
going
flank
to
too,
the
it
works.
Y.
will not be good for his health.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, so I think I
to be
want to
fair,
cut
I get
Y
to move
off
before
instead.
Y does.
Sorry, Lordly, repeat.
Hmm?
Could you
I'm
repeat?
just saying, I get my initiative comes up between Y's next turn, so I'm planning on shifting myself a little, but
Okay, well, free action, I'm going to rage, since that is what I do. Barbarians do rages.
He's
Good
going
idea.
good.
Let's see.
He's
And
going
let's go
good.
with claws, I believe I have here. Da-da-da. Sorry, it's been a while since I've actually had to, like, use everything.
Mhm. Yeah, you have masterfully avoided some combat in the past couple games.
We keep just befriending everything or running away really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Or being
So,
clever.
Yeah,
Never
being clever.
discount us being clever.
we are clever little
Mhm.
toons. It's just what we are.
It's very good.
So rage was done. So I've got the da-da-da-da-da. Oh, right. I'm not doing reckless attack yet. I don't need to do that. So I don't have my stupid features here at the top of my head. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to remember my half of the piece. There we go. I need my attacks. Okay, yeah, and we're gonna get a fun slime tail to slap people with, since I am raging, so I can do that. Cool. So
Cool.
I just want to move to get in the way of Y because I have reach with the tail.
So 9-0? Or
If I can go that far, yeah.
what's that? 10, 20, 50, 25? Yeah, that should be good.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I do, but I wasn't certain.
I think so. I think like 30 is the standard movement for tunes, so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
yep.
Pretty sure I only have one attack still. I'm pretty sure only fighters have 2 attacks at level 4.
Yep.
No, we get that. They get that at 5.
Oh, right, level 5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most
so I only have 1
classes-
attack, but that's fine. I don't care. So I only need the 1 attack anyway.
Most classes that get 2 attacks get it at level 5. Cat's
I
using
smile
his
in
bonus
Barbarian.
action for second attack, so
I smile in Barbarian.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the stupid roll. Is it still only +2, or is it +3 now? I think it's still +2. I'll be faster next time.
Oh yeah, I'm reading through my own shit. By the way, the frightened effect from the wolf has worn off at this point.
Oh, that's
So now you're
that's
able
very
to move
helpful.
in a useful direction. How good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I hit him, so rawr and shit.
Yeah.
Goes wide and
No.
wiggly.
Unfortunately, no.
I'm not super used to just like, oh yeah, slime tail, and I just like completely whiffed it. Oops. Ripperoni. But it's fine. We don't need to hit him. We just need to make them afraid that we'll hit them.
Yeah. See how you try to whip it with your tail, misjudge a little bit, and it manages to dodge. But you have at least put yourself between it and Cat.
They want to hurt Cat, they gotta go through me first. Only I get to bully him.
Anyone else or anything else you want to do on your turn? Or is that good? Or...
Shaun?
Verl?
Verl?
There?
I'm still here, sorry. I didn't know I was muted. But yes, I can't do anything else because I use my free action to, rage.
rage, yeah.
So I'm
Bonus
raging and then I
action.
missed. So, and I
Alright.
moved. So that's all my actions.
Yep.
As a note, bonus action. Free action is a different thing.
Yes.
Like speaking.
Fine.
Okay. Alright. Which makes it P's turn. And this, weirdly tentacled mutant is going to start spinning and flailing its thick tentacles out and make a series of attacks.
That's when we go. Wait, is that Brittney?
Oh my gosh. I think the first... Okay. It gets to make 5 attacks, so I think...
Huh?
That's a lot of attacks.
Yeah, that's why I put it... I prepped a bunch of different stat blocks based on how many of you guys were going to be here, so 4 people here is enough to use this. I think the first 2 attacks will be against Cat, and then the next 3 will be against Tailwind.
Makes sense.
4...
I'm concerned. Oh, wait. Oh no, I didn't hit. Dang it. Never mind.
So these 2 are against Cat. Do either of those hit?
No.
Neither of them hit?
Nope. Cat's
Okay.
AC is pretty high. 17, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Just checked it. 17.
How's Tailwind's AC?
As of right now, 17 as well.
Very nice. I think that does it, though.
Okay.
Nope.
Tailwind got cocky.
Okay, so 2 of those hit, right? 23 and 18.
I can use this all the
What,
Okay.
What was... Tailwind's AC is also 17, yes?
Yep.
ACC.
Artificers can get stupid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, one of my hypothetical builds is like 23 AC and also all attacks to hit are at disadvantage.
Okay, so that is 16 points of bludgeoning damage. Is Tailwind okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Took off the temp HP and a little extra. Scratches into the new mech. Like, all right, well, see your bite. Let's feel mine.
Oh, that's badass. And with that, it is now Nikola's turn.
Alright. So this thing's basically just kind of staring him down, right?
Yeah, for the moment, it's just sort of like stomping in place, but not advancing.
I think they're basically going to like follow the protocols for like being around a wild bull that looks like it might be aggressive. Like they're paying very close attention to their body language, very close attention to its body language. It's what they were thinking of doing is readying an action to dodge and like perhaps using a free action to like take out their cell phone and see if they can't reach Brittney.
Okay.
Speed of combat, Brittney probably won't be able to get here before it's over.
Yeah. And also, good luck getting her to go back into Endsville.
But you
Fair.
could try. You could try. I
mean-
will say it's gonna be either a call or like a ping, but you're not gonna be able to write up like a very detailed text.
It's a frantic selfie that just says "Help."
If you've ever seen
Well-
My Hero Academia, when Izuku just drops his location with no context.
Brittney rolls over, checks it. Huh, wonder what that's about, and then just goes back to sleep.
She sends like one text that's just, "You good?"
It's
just
just
you.
It's just a thumbs up emoji.
Thumbs down emoji.
Yeah, thumbs up implies that she is confirming that she's going.
Mhm.
Uh,
So yeah.
I mean,
But I mean, if
There
it's
are-
Nikola, maybe.
the other idea is to alert Nightlight.
You could try that.
And they do have a tab open to the website.
They do.
Can they just kind of like, without breaking eye contact with this thing, snap a pic and like submit it?
Yes.
All right, they will do so with I think an Eldritch Blast ready. If this thing either charges or shifts its attention to someone else.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. And so the next in the turn order is Cat.
Alrighty. Cat's going to shift to the other side of the pea creature, so Tailwind can move one down and get flanking on their next action.
So
turn.
to 4-0,
Pardon?
to the space 4-0, this
Yeah, 03, I think?
03?
4.
Okay.
The one that's on the... Yeah.
4 would be right behind it, 3 would be back here.
Yeah, 4.
Okay.
Yep.
Does it get...
Wouldn't get an attack of opportunity since he hasn't left its threatened range.
Okay. And I'm guessing he's just, like, turning kind of smoky and going around it, to
Pretty
avoid...
much. Yeah, exactly. It's just... Whoosh.
Hmm.
That makes me think of a magic item I should try and get a hold of later, but... I'll talk to you out of game. And now... He just attacks again. 8 and 14. Do either of those hit?
Neither of those hit.
Doofer. That ends my turn.
Alright. It is now Tailwind's turn.
All right. Now then, let's see how you like to chew on this.
If you take one step down on the map first, you will get advantage because we will be flanking.
Hang on.
I will.
Flanking. Oh yeah, advantage on melee attacks. Okay.
Okay. I accidentally minimized the gameplay chat. I need that to roll. I'm trying to think of how you roll too, but is this how it works on this macro? 16. Does the
16 does
16
hit.
Nice. 1d8 damage, and it has disadvantage on hitting anything other than me.
Ooh, very nice. Roll that
Do you get
damage.
to do the bonus damage again?
I don't think I add my spell modifier to my damage.
I mean the not damage, the bonus health thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to give myself the temp HP again.
Nice, nice.
Oh,
Oh,
2.
well, it's not
It's-
nothing.
I've
And
aggroed this thing.
Yeah,
I'm taking the aggro.
the disadvantage on anyone else against you will certainly be helpful for Kat, who has
Yes.
not been hit by it yet.
Yeah. Like, don't worry, the numbing sensation is supposed to happen. Crunch in the jaw. And that is my turn.
Alright, alright. It is the wolf's turn next. And, well, it's got a slime guy in front of it that rushed in and tried to hit it, so it's going to try and bite Shaun. Let's see.
Don't try and bite me, I taste terrible.
Does the 16 hit?
A 16. Pretty sure that does, yeah.
Alright, let me roll damage. 12 piercing damage.
Hey, at least I have resistance to that kind of damage since I'm raging, so cool.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, I don't remember what resistance does. Like, do I knock off some damage? I don't remember how much though.
I think
You have
resistance
it.
halves it.
Yeah, you have damage when you have resistance to it.
So I get to have that, so that was 16.
What?
How much damage was it?
It was 12 points of damage, so it'll be 6 for you.
There
I
we go.
thought you said 60, and I'm like, what?
I said
the hell?
16 because I was like, was it 16? It's like, no.
No, that was
No,
the
you-
roll to hit. Alright. And that is it for the wolf. Next up is the mutant bull. I think
Oh boy.
I think it's gonna roll another whiz save, and Nikola, you can roll either animal handling or intimidation again to continue this standoff against it.
Alright, I'm gonna go with the intimidation, please. "12 plus 7 is a 19?
And it also got a 19.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, I mean, tie goes to the runner, but who's the runner situation?
Yeah, I think.
I think it's funnier if Nikola just keeps on staring this bull down.
I think what it's going to do, in this case, is it has its movement back again. It's going to start backing up, but it is very obviously still like snorting and tossing its head. And looking like it might be, you know, it's not backing off necessarily because it's leaving, it's backing off maybe because it wants to get a little more power behind its next attack.
I did have an action readied.
You did for...
Can Nikola, like, fucking shoot at the hip, Eldritch Blast?
Sure, yeah.
And if it's moving... And that's... I think you'd also be able to get a attack of opportunity as well as use your readied action.
Oh, dang.
Well,
Maybe,
I don't
yeah.
believe
Oh,
they
shit, yeah.
use their action, so they could disengage for moving.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
Where the fuck is Eldritch Blast? Fuck is
And, like,
Eldritch
to do an
Blast?
attack of opportunity, you need a melee weapon in the first place.
Okay, beam of crackling energy. Here it is.
1d4 damage is still 1d4 damage.
Okay, so
Well,
I have
if you
to roll the
that
hit.
only
So
applies
that's
if you have like a certain ability.
D20 plus 7. 18 to hit.
That hits.
Yes. All right. And I get a plus 5 to damage because of something that I have.
All right.
Oh, 1d10 plus 5 force damage. Which one's the d10?
The one that only goes up to 10.
Very good.
Especially when you've got invocations.
The little dreidel looking guy. Okay. Wait, no, this is the d8. Fuck.
The D10 is the top looking one.
Ugh. I got a 0.
That's...
How do I get a 0?
I think that's a 10.
Yeah, that counts as a 10.
Shit.
So that's full 15 points of damage.
You.
Alright, not bad.
Actually, let me just quickly Control F to make sure I'm not forgetting anything else with Eldritch Blast. Ditch. Okay.
Alright.
Add 5 to Eldritch Blast damage, and then okay, no, we're good. Thank you for your patience. But yeah, and I think they're also like, as this thing backs up, they're gonna like take a step forward.
I don't think they can exactly move when it's not their turn, but on their next turn they can.
Oh, that's
but
right.
also,
Excuse
yes,
me.
they can definitely like lean forward and into it. And with that and dealing the 15 points of damage, I think Nikola wins this standoff. And the bull is not going to charge this turn.
Nice. Thank you.
Nikola's
like, great, a farm animal. Of all the farm animals, it had to be the biggest and the dumbest. Well, other than chickens. Chickens are pretty dumb.
But they're not that big, usually. Considering all
Usually.
the mutations here, you might see a big chicken at some point.
God, a big chicken
Please.
would be terrifying.
Oh,
Zen? Can that be my birthday present?
I will make a note of it for later, and also you'll have to tell me when your birthday is.
Not for a while.
Okay. that ends its turn, and it is now Shaun's turn.
Maybe we can actually hit them this time, right? Looking at the map. Okay, he hasn't moved. I'm happy about that. So we'll try and give him another smack because you're being very rude and I don't want you going and
Oh,
hitting
that's
anyone
odd.
else. And you know, they hit me first, so really this is completely fair.
Hold on a tick. How long did that house effect last?
One
in-
turn from it.
yeah.
Like.
Oh, thank God.
until the end
Nope,
of
not
its
hitting
last
that either,
turn.
so
I did
your
mention
turn.
it's no longer in effect. The spaces with the addition and subtraction are not registering, but even with an 8, that unfortunately does not hit.
I think so, so.
The dice fucking hate barbarians, it seems.
They don't like barbarians, but hey, as long as the barbarian doesn't die, the barbarian's doing its job. Oh. And
Mhm.
I'm very confident we'll win, so it's fine.
Fair enough. Yeah, anything else you want to do on your turn?
I don't really have anything else, I just get angry and punch things.
Or hit them with your tail. But yeah, fair enough. Which
I
makes...
have the tail swipe, which, that only matters if he tries to walk away, because then I get to tail swipe him.
Nice, nice. This makes it, the tentacle monster's turn. It has disadvantage on all attacks except those against Tailwind. So... it might just make all 5 attacks against Tailwind.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is the plan.
20 plus 4.
The life
I need
of a
to
fountain.
go on a mission at some point to get better armor. Cough, cough. Find a way to purchase better armor
Oh my god.
for this thing.
Okay, those 2 hit and one was a crit, so I'm gonna stop attacking Tailwind after this and switch to Cat even at disadvantage, because this is just mean.
Or,
This
you
is...
know, Tailwind just needs to figure out how to, put that disadvantage if you attack the wrong thing on me instead, the one who's supposed to take hits.
So, that's... the 4 is the normal damage, and, I typed the wrong thing. This one will be doubled for the nat 20.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! So that is a total of 16 points of damage to Tailwind.
Yeah.
How are they looking?
I'm at 11 hit points.
This may be karma.
Yikes. How do we
You
roll
can't
it?
tell what Tailwind looks like inside, but the mech is permanently smiling because it's welded that way. It looks like an Oni mask, but like it's pointed downwards, so it looks like it's having that wild grin.
Ooh. Okay, so 3 attacks against Cat. 19, 9, and 13. Do any of those hit?
1 hits.
The 19, I'm guessing.
Yep.
So I will roll damage on that. And that is 8 points of bludgeoning damage for Cat.
18.
8!
Oh,
8
thank fuck.
points! It cannot
I
give
was
you
gonna
18
say,
points
good.
unless it rolled a, like, nat 20. It's...
Okay, yeah, that's less terrifying.
Okay, and that ends its turn. Nikola, it is now your turn.
Cool.
You can do healing, can't you?
Yes.
So, Nikola,
Please.
you will look down at your phone and there's a notification from Nightlight saying they'll send someone.
They text back a thumbs up emoji.
You get back a thumbs up.
You're not even gonna put a TY?
They will thank them once they're no longer in danger.
But danger is fun. You're going
Um. All right, so. God fucking damn it. Where did A go?
A is up on the road now,
Okay.
20 feet above Nikola. Or in front of, but
Does it look like it's like deciding that this is too much trouble?
you could roll insight.
Yes, please. 1.
1. Ooh. You could
That's
try.
a nat 1.
I was gonna be like, you could try animal hand. I think a nat 1. We have to respect that. This is like a mutant bull. You're not sure if whatever body language or stuff you know from regular normal bulls from maybe farms you visited applies to it.
Farms they visited.
I mean, you live on a farm. I don't know if your family keeps bulls. Okay?
Sorry.
But I'm sure at least one of your neighbors did. But
I'm sorry, I'm being pedantic and weird.
No, Nikola fucking possessed you and said, pardon.
Fair enough. You can tell that this bull is agitated, but you can't tell where it's going to direct that energy. It's sort of like stomping up and down in place and circling and tossing its head and huffing, but you're not sure what it's going to do next.
Cool. I think in that case they're gonna keep their attention on it, but they are just gonna like kind of crank their arm back to the fucking the thing that just fucking monk flurry to blows against Tailwind.
Mm-hmm.
They Scatmaned all over my face.
The tentacle monster,
Yes.
the P one, yeah.
Yeah, hang on. I'm copy pasting.
Cool.
I'm copy pasting.
Oh no.
Why won't you let me copy paste? Bitch! Give me my rights. Give me my copying rights. Give me
Your
my
copyright?
copyright.
Same brain cell.
Bitch. Why is this so? Oh. I got it. I was using the wrong button. I'm tired, y'all. So place a curse on a creature that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. Also choose one ability when you cast a spell. Target has disadvantage on ability checks made with chosen ability. If the target drops 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a turn of yours to curse a new creature. Remove curse cast on the target, ends the spell early.
Alright, what's the range on that?
The range is 90 feet.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely within range then. Yeah, do you need to roll to hit, or does that just take effect?
That just takes effect. It's concentration up to 1 hour. And I'm trying to decide what ability check to do.
Constitution, maybe? Because I do have a spell that makes them have to take a Constitution saving throw.
Well, saving
Unless
throws
you
aren't
got-
the same as ability checks, are they? Or are they? Does that
don't-
apply to both?
I don't know.
No, ability checks and saving throws are different things because you can have proficiency in saving throws, but not in ability checks.
Hmm.
So
Alright.
yeah, this spell does not apply to saving throws.
Okay.
Okay. I'm really hoping this will be useful. But
Well, I mean, extra damage is extra damage. That's
Oh
not
yeah,
bad.
Hex is always good.
Also, it's a bonus action.
it is. Well, casting is not.
Well, yeah, but now it is. So, sorry,
Fair.
I love Hex. Hex is great.
I guess they're gonna go with dex checks. Someone will probably trip it.
Dex. All right. Anything else on Nikola's turn?
They're just gonna keep clocking this fucking bull.
All right, keeping it at bay. Brings us back to Cat.
Alrighty. Cat will again, figuring that Tailwind is being mulched and figuring that the best way to prevent Tailwind from being mulched is kill this thing faster.
Remove its
Right.
spine.
Okay. Come on.
You have advantage on attacks against it as well, because
Yep.
flanking.
Okay, so that's a 23
That hits.
and a 16.
That hits.
Fuck yes. 7 for the first one, plus an ability I forgot to use first turn, Favored Foe. The first time on each of your turns that you hit, when you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can bloody blur to mark the target as your favored enemy for a minute. The first time on each of your turns you hit the favored enemy and deal damage, it takes an additional 1d4. So, an additional 1d4. That's a 3, plus another additional 1d6 from my creaturing thing, my subclass. That's a 1, joy, and then a second attack is another 6 for a total of 13, 14, 17 damage.
17? Wasn't it? I had a total of 9 from the first attack, so
What?
I thought it was like the extra d6 was a 1, and the thing before it was like a 3, and the thing before it was a 5?
7.
7? 5, 3, 1.
Wait, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. 5, 7, 3, and 6. Wait, what? No, what am I looking at?
That doesn't sound. You definitely rolled a 1 on something.
Yeah, I did. Oh, right. I think I see what... Oh, I was looking at the wrong fucking thing. I fucking thought I was looking at a previous attack I rolled, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a 5. So it's 7, 3, 1, and 6.
Okay, so 17.
Yes.
You actually managed to, with your attacks, cleave 2 of this thing's tentacles off, and it is looking in pretty rough shape, like struggling to hold itself up.
Job making some calamari, guys.
That all for Cat's turn?
That is all for Cat's turn.
It is Tailwind's turn.
Alright, think I need to re-up some health here.
Probably a good idea.
Tailwind is going to press some buttons and pull on something, and the mech is going to whir as I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Was that intentional, or was that just a...
That wasn't me.
It was through their phone, apparently.
The timing!
Quickly timed.
So it is 1d8 plus 7.
Nice.
That is now the cure wound sound.
Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm moving it off my desk.
Ah! A nat
Could be
one.
better.
Well, clearly
Could
you
be
should have played
worse.
it again so that Tailwind rolled better.
At least it's got a +7, so 8's not
I'm
nothing.
up. Bonus action, more temp HP as well.
Good thinking.
For once.
That's one of my 3 spell slots, but yeah, that's all I can do.
All right.
Tailwind going, I will spend my turn to not die.
So that's Tailwind's
You
turn.
critically fail.
Fuck.
And it is now the wolf's turn again, and it is going to throw its head back and once again howl. And everyone but Nikola make a wisdom saving throw.
Everyone but Nikola?
Yes, Nikola, you've passed it once, and once you pass it, you're immune for 24 hours.
Oh,
Dang, alright.
Mm-hmm.
that makes sense.
Reason, thank you.
You said wisdom, right?
Yep, wisdom save.
Nicola's just like, yeah, you're just a big old doggy.
I mean, they
Stares
don't
down
need-
wolf. I will adopt you.
That's
They-
12.
Oof.
they know to be aware of large animals. Just like, it's just an animal, guy. Like, don't don't let it hurt you, but also like, it's just an animal.
All right, so Shaun, you made it. You've passed the save. You're now immune to this effect from now on.
I
So
am
you're
also-
still,
Laughing at dogs.
you're still squaring off against this thing, no problem. Let me just. Da-da-da. But Tailwind and Cat, as you hear this sound, you can feel again that sort of unnatural terror taking root in your mind and making you for a moment freeze in place. And does anyone want to roll perception as a free? Well, you don't need to roll perception for this. You can see that the other mutants in the area are also reacting to the sound of the howl, but not with fear, but with sort of like reinvigoration and
Power howling. He was using power word heal. The others.
not power word heal.
Power word. Oh,
Yes.
Hell's sake, the fucking mutants have better teamwork than we do.
Just sort of, it's very attention getting, I will say. So you can see, let me just, prepping stuff. So you see as this howl travels through the clearing, you can see one of the bushes up against the like overgrown sector of the building sort of shudder and pull itself out of the ground by its roots. Gnarled little feet rather than a traditional plant. And down from the sky, a sort of winged lizard descends to perch on top of the crumbling swing set, also looking between Nikola and Shaun and Tailwind and Cat eagerly to... That's 2 Bs again. I've done it again. Sort of eager to join in on the fight.
I see it as summoning mobs.
Yep, it is summoning
Man.
additional additional reinforcements.
Ah, beans.
Well then,
I have updated the turn order, and it is, but that's it for its turn. Next up is the big lizard on the swing set. I think it looks at Cat and Tailwind fighting off against the tentacle monster. It looks at Shaun and the wolf having a standoff, and it looks at Nikola and the ox having another standoff, and decides to take off from the swing set and fly over to swoop down at Nikola and attempt to bite them.
Ah, fucking.
Just going for the eyes.
Let me roll that. Does a 24 hit?
You know, let me check. You know, it's so hard to with the character sheet. Yeah, it hits.
Sorry. Everyone gets in on the fun.
Nah, I'm just very much enjoying your the way that you phrase that.
Okay, so it from above sort of swipes down to bite at Nikola, maybe like their arm, and deals 9 points of piercing damage. And also, as they bite down, Nikola gets a small shock as they also deal 3 points of lightning damage, for a total of 12 points.
Oh no, they're a spicy flying lizard.
Alright, that would be. Alright. Ow.
That ends their turn, and it is now the bull's turn.
Great.
I think.
Actually, I'm sorry, one more question. Does the thing let go of their arm?
Oh yeah, it bites, and then it sort of like flies up to perch on top of the climbing structure, or
Okay.
like hover above the climbing structure. It does let go. Should Nikola roll concentrate to maintain concentration on the bestow curse?
Yeah, you mean the hex?
Oh,
I
the
believe
hex.
so, yeah.
I did not
Yeah.
know the name, but it did mention a curse.
Okay, concentration. What is concentration? Is that wisdom?
it is a constitution
That's
save.
con.
Oh, okay. That's much worse.
Uh-oh.
15 plus 1 is a 16?
Constant.
Is there a DC?
Yeah, that should. The DC is 10 unless the damage dealt to you is like. All right, yeah. So for concentration, the rule basically is the DC is 10 unless the damage dealt to you when halved is more than 10. In which case, that's the new DC.
Well, I just took 12 damage and half of that is 6,
Yeah,
so I don't
you're
think
fine.
So 10. Yeah, you're good. You maintain that hex. Okay.
I'm good. I just got lately chopped.
Lately bitten. It's nothing you haven't been through before working on a farm. Except
Love
the
tap.
lightning damage. That's a bit up for debate.
Electric fences are a thing. Has anybody else accidentally touched one? I raise my hand.
intensely in character, Katie.
Yeah, look, to be fair, it was off, and I didn't realize it at the time. So I
Alright.
didn't know until someone told me it was supposed to be on.
I had a Jurassic Park moment. Don't worry about it.
I will, if you want to try and keep up the standoff with the bull, you can roll intimidation, but at disadvantage because it did just see you get bitten.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you bleed. Alright.
Counterpoint.
First one's in that
Count-
20.
That's a good question. Does Nikola bleed in this form?
And if so, what color?
Yeah, I'm
Also-
curious now.
I think that it's like, first of all, it's a consistency than blood. I've actually thought about this. And also, you know those like fancy chemically like yogurt cups that like are two different colors that yogurt should never be kind of swirled together?
Oh.
Nicola's
Like
a
that.
Gogurt?
The Danny Phantom
Nicola's a
approach.
Gogurt.
Nicola Gogurt
Over
confirmed.
my soup thermos.
We just need one of those images where it's like a Gogurt and Nicola with red circles and arrows.
So which of the two colors? Purple and green, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Neither of those are blood colors. Also, as a counterpoint, sure the bull just saw them like take a bite, but it saw them do that without flinching.
They did flinch. However, with disadvantage, that was a natural 15 plus 7.
Wow.
Oh, well, in that case, no need
15
to
plus 7.
squabble anyway.
So, is that the 16 that you just put in the chat, or was that?
No,
that was the
15 plus 7 is a 22.
Okay, that's pretty good. I don't think I can beat that, but 2, nat 1, yeah. At that, I think the bull sort of like tosses its head and starts running away.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Nicola
Well,
defeats
fuck
Bull by
you.
staring. Don't forget to mute!
Thank you.
Mute! Sorry, that's probably their brother. I always forget to mute. I love them.
So, I'll wait for them to come back, but yeah, basically the bull is fucking off.
Gosh, outstairs Bull, like, I've had enough of this. This got creepy.
Sorry, my brother was saying goodnight.
Aw.
Nicola giving someone the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I think like they're like, shit, you don't even start right now. Like this.
I am having a night.
If one more thing happens, y'all dead.
Figuratively and literally.
Alright, so that is one mutant taken care of. It is now Shaun's turn.
Oh, well, I sure have an act to follow up on there, Tailwind. Thanks. Go on.
Is the accent catching?
Yes.
what
Is
was
the
the-
act healing more
that-
than one?
When there's a Nikola, you know, it just kind of spreads out. Especially when you're feeling confident. It's like, oh yeah, suddenly I am the Nikola. And, you know, your parents, your grandparents adopted me anyway, so I better get practicing.
Is this
What?
how everyone finds out?
Yes. Now, while you're distracted, I'm going to smack that wolf in the face.
No, wait a second. You're adopted?
It was an accident.
How? How?
I would say it can't possibly be an accident because they absolutely did that on purpose.
They did not understand the situation. I accidentally misrepresented the information. I have so many.
I have no idea if this is in character or not.
I assume so.
I don't know.
18
that
hits.
was- Hooray! Get stabbed, dog.
Fuck him up.
Well, I'm not gonna do as much as they do to me because I don't have big numbers like that, but. Let's say plus something. Double checking, okay.
You gotta quit it with the spaces, man. 7 points of damage.
Yep. And that's piercing damage if that matters.
I'm gonna say it doesn't. 'Cause of some stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Finally, Shaun has landed a hit on the wolf.
Yay.
Yay.
Finally, I have hit the wolf.
And then over to the tentacle monster, which is kind of on its last legs.
It has legs.
Literally and
Wait a sec.
figuratively. As I said
Oh,
that
you know who's real smart? Me, because I forgot that like since I have tail, and I get attacked, I can roll an extra d8 to add to my AC, so they sometimes miss, and I just haven't done that.
It's so hard to remember all that stuff, though.
Yeah, especially since I have 3 different power-ups with my rage. So it's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, I forgot tail lets me do this. Claw lets me attack twice. Tail lets me react more, get more defense. But I forgot. But it doesn't
And
matter. He only
Nightlight
hit me once
heal.
anyway so far. So, whatever.
So the tentacle monster only has 3 tentacles left. Has the disadvantage against attacking people other than Tailwind worn off?
I believe so. It's only for that turn, I believe.
Okay. So it's going to make 2 attacks against Cat and 1 against Tailwind. Ten and a 6. I'm guessing neither of those hit.
Nope.
And let's hope that pattern continues, because otherwise it feels sort of bullying. 18 to set Tailwind.
Don't worry, I just have to re-upping these broken teeth you keep giving me.
Okay.
You're gonna make bank from the Tooth Fairy, don't worry.
I don't know how she feels about metal teeth.
Okay, 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ha! That didn't even take out all of my teeth.
The fact that you cut out halfway through that just makes it fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And it is now Nikola's turn.
Alright, well, they're gonna like kind of clap their hands together like, damn right, and turn back around. And take in the rest of this mess. What mutant is closest to them?
That would be the winged lizard that just bit them.
Actually, it's themselves.
Fair. Should probably deal with the winged lizard then.
As a tactical point, if you've got something that could take out the tentacle creature, it will save me and Tailwind from getting an attack of opportunity against us next turn, because we will have to run because of the wolf.
Oh, right. And you have a hex against it, so it'll deal extra damage.
Yeah.
That's fair, alright. And sorry, it's how far away?
It is 10, 20, 30 feet away. Let's call it that.
Alright.
In a curvy line.
In that case, I think they're gonna try an Eldritch Blast.
All right.
Is it
So-
an Eldritch Blast?
Eldritch Blast. So that is a d20 plus 7. What does Hex give them? Any like advantage or anything?
Extra damage.
Extra
On roll.
damage. Okay. Please hit, please hit, please hit, please hit, please hit. Nat 20.
Hell yeah!
Oh my god. You double
Alright.
all dice.
So-
Unless, you do it.
Roll your normal damage, and then roll your extra 1d6, and then we'll double the total of that. And it's
All right.
probably going to be long dead.
Hell
So-
yeah!
That is 1d10. So 2 on the dice plus 5, so that's 7 plus 1d6. 6. So 7 plus 6 is 13. 13 points of damage.
Oh, this thing is beyond dead. How does this look?
I think
We talked about Yu Yu Hakusho earlier.
The spirit. I don't think author knows that.
I do not.
Basically,
You
imagine
just say
energy blasting
yeehaw
out
at
of
it
your
so hard
gun.
it dies.
That was incomprehensible. Please only talk one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Could someone take turns, please?
Honestly, personally, this has nothing to do with whatever they're referencing. I'm just imagining they snap their fingers and it explodes.
Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho, the spirit gun is someone like manifesting a magical blast through finger gunning someone.
Oh, I like that.
Bang.
It's fine.
Yeah, I think that they kind of dust their palms off from dealing with the bull and turn around like, fuck up. You know what? No. And they just like they make a motion like a quick draw, and they like they just go bang.
Smoking
And,
very rude, boy.
I love Nikola.
You
I
blow on
think
the
with
tip of your
the-
finger like the muscle of a barrel.
Then perhaps with the flavor that we've given Nikola, like the catalyst V in the mutant like reacts to that.
Yes. What do you
Like-
think? They explode? They melt? They...
I think they just kind of like if you think about the catalyst V is like sort of holding these creatures together, like it just sort of doesn't anymore.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, yeah. It just
Blarg.
falls to pieces and splatters on the ground in like a pile of assorted parts that don't seem to belong together. Ooh.
And then
Just like
Nikola
the jellyfish.
and then Nikola turns back to the lizard thing and was like, and you need to give me some fucking space, all right?
Nikola MVP.
Oh yeah.
Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but you should probably be very worried that Nikola could do that to you later.
Everyone pointing at their cowboy, just like, you should leave.
Before he yees your ha out of here.
And that also ends your concentration spell. So you're freed
Uh,
up.
I think you can
Oh wait, you
switch
can
hex.
transfer it. You can transfer
like
it to
to.
someone else. Who do you want to transfer
Yeah.
it to?
The wolf, please.
All right, all right. And what?
Wait.
Still disadvantage on Dex?
Dex or man, I wish it was saving throws. Saving throws would be fun. Trying to decide if Dex or Wisdom. Damn it. myself
Anyone-
bad decisions.
Let's
Anyone
just keep
got
it as
advice?
Dex since you're transferring it over anyway. So you're not recasting it. So let's just say it remains as Dex.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds fair.
I appreciate you all saving me from stumbling on the dismount.
I mean, you just did a double backflip into murder.
Into murder. But it's so messy.
A double backflip into murder is what happens when you parkour, but you don't check the roof for curves.
No.
Fantastic.
Sorry.
Now then.
Yeah. Anything else on Nikola's turn?
That'll do him.
All right. So, rather than flipping back around to Cat, you all notice, I got words again. You all
Is this our
notice.
new friend?
What?
Our new friend that we called for help.
Well, you'll see if you're friends in a second. But you do see a figure hopping down off the roof of the building in the 20s F through N section, who sort of lands on the fire escape of that building, hitting the metal and sending it rattling, and looks down at the playground where all of you are fighting these various mutants. And while he's looking over, he yells down, "Are you the fucking idiots that needed help because you were getting your asses kicked?"
Oh,
I don't
friendly
see
question.
you helping.
I love him.
What I'm fucking here for.
I love him
Um,
so much.
And he jumps down from the balcony.
Little shit, I love him.
Exactly. All my windows got messed up. What's his movement speed? 30.
Did you spend all this time coming up with that insult, or did you have it on standby?
You can swear now. I'm so proud of him.
Especially since, like, city it. Yeah, you know what? We all hate the city too, so I feel like we should be mildly offended.
Is this in character?
Yes.
Or how much?
I was asking about that insult.
Okay.
It's like it's like a little on the fourth wall. We're still in the middle of pitched combat.
Mm,
Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
like-
if someone calls me a city, I'm gonna be like, did you think that up? Or should I
Hold the
play it
phone.
for a
I'm not a
while?
idiot.
You know, I don't mind it. It's a very well done portmanteau, especially because we all speak a dialect where instead of saying city, we say city. So kind of that glottal stop in the middle, you know, it lends itself to the word idiot. I don't know. I think he did a very good job. I think that he should feel good about it.
God.
Do you all talk this much in the middle of a fucking fight?
A little bit, yeah.
Yes.
Punch.
Well, if you've noticed, we haven't died yet.
Talking's a free action.
Ugh. He's just scowling as he runs up towards the play structure where Nikola and the lizard are. What else does he have? I don't think he has anything ranged, so.
Yeah, that big old crab claw doesn't seem to lend itself to range.
Also, cough cough, you're not sharing the screen again.
Yeah, 'cause we don't have that anymore.
Let me see if I can get both going at the same time, but I think it's gonna disconnect me on my phone if I stop. If I
I-
try
Sure
to.
will.
Yeah.
Could you
it's fine.
send screenshots?
Yeah, that works.
That I can do.
Yeah,
Give me a
just
sec.
I'm saving this because, like, I might talk to Obby about getting a picture done of Tailwind's mech, because I already have
Oh.
a name for their superhero persona and / the mech. The mech's name is the Wrecking Maw.
Nice.
Yeah,
Obby did such a good job. This art is so fantastic.
Obby
I
did
want to
this?
eat it.
Oh my
Obby
gosh,
Obby
it's
did
so
this,
good.
yes. I
Obby,
thought I said it while I was fucking disconnected, didn't I? But yes, I commissioned this from Obby, OBBY, Artist of Obsessions, and she did
Nice.
fantastic.
Yeah. I got a commission from them for my Tomb of Annihilation game. The players got a group picture of all their characters.
Aw.
Hell yeah.
I will send it later.
Yeah. For now,
Because
we're in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, we are in the
Um,
middle of pitched combat.
Yeah. So next up is the Awakened Shrub, which is, B. Where the hell are my stats? I have so many things open. And that is just sort of going to stumble out of its position and over towards where Cat and Tailwind are now for the moment enemyless.
Well, that'll change soon enough.
Indeed. And it is going to attempt to scratch at Tailwind's mech with some exposed, gnarled branches that are shaped into claws. 20 plus 1. Does an 8 hit? I'm guessing not.
No.
So it just sort of scratches ineffectually at the foot of the mech. And
Did it
does no
damage the
damage.
team?
Oh, look, it thinks it's people.
All right. Ooh. So now it is Cat's turn. Cat, you are just at the edge of the 30-foot range of the wolf. So, you must use all your movement to get as far away from the wolf as possible, which is probably going to take you off the map. Oh no.
Yep.
Fuck.
Cat
I
is just
unfortunately
like,
am gonna have to
You're
follow
basically
soon.
too far away to hear again,
Mhm.
Lordly.
oh, sorry. Is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
I keep changing how I'm positioned and forgetting that I need to stick my face near my microphone.
I love the idea of you just like a clock sitting in different positions, like your legs are above your head and now they're over here.
What's the full text of the effect? Because, is it just I gotta move my full movement?
I will copy paste it into player talk. So, a frightened target that starts its turn within 30 feet must use all its movement on that turn to get as far away as possible, must finish the move before taking an action, and must take the most direct route, even if hazards lie that way.
Okie dokie. Well,
Oh.
Cat eats himself
Oh, you
off the
cat.
map
Bye.
Bye.
then. Toodaloo. Luckily,
How
I have
far
ranged
is-
attacks.
Yeah, how far is Cat's movement? How far is he going? 30 or 40?
I don't. I misread it. Only 30. Yet.
Cool, cool.
It'll get further later, I think.
Mm-hmm. So you will now be 60 feet away from the wolf.
Hooray! Luckily, I do have a longbow, so Cat yeets himself in the opposite direction and then, turns and takes a shot. 14 probably does not hit. At the bush, by the way.
At the bush. That hits.
Oh, sweet.
How much damage? Or you'll have to roll
9.
that still. 9
9
damage? All right, the bush instantly looks pretty rough. A bunch of its leaves fall off when you hit it with the arrow. A couple of its branches break off. And it looks just pathetic. It's barely still alive.
God.
oh, let's fix that.
That's
Uh,
fine,
Yeah,
Like-
is that all for Cat's turn, or
yep.
on to Tailwind?
All right, I too have to run from the dog because I failed. But Tailwind, much like Cat, skids to a stop, turns around the eyes of the mech kind of shine, and at first level, right? I only have first level spell slots. Yes. So a hatch just pops open, and like darts come shooting out as I shoot magic missiles out. At first level, there's only 3 of them. So I think I'm gonna do 2 into the plant to make sure it goes down, and then 1 into the wolf.
Remind me how you have 30 feet movement, yes?
Yes.
So you're just at the edge of the map. And the range on magic missile, that's like 90, right?
It's 120.
120, yeah, so you could definitely still hit them.
Yeah.
Alright, a magic missile always connects, right?
Always hits, and it's 1d4 plus 1 force damage for each dart. And you can determine which how many darts go towards a certain thing.
Okay, so you're sending 2 to the shrub and 1 to the wolf.
Yes.
Okay, roll damage.
And roll 2d4 plus 2 to the shrub.
Yeah. Not only do you kill this thing, it starts smoldering on fire. It is beyond dead.
And then
It's just like, oh, I wanted that arrow back.
we could pick that up later.
And two damage to the wolf.
Yes. Just the steam comes exhausting out of the suits. Like, wow. Always good to know that was that one's working.
The wolf, I will note, barely does not even flinch as it takes this damage. It just barely feels this.
All right. Bonus action, just gonna re-up my bonus, my temp HP, because I don't think I got anything else at the moment to do with that.
It's a good idea. So next up is the wolf, which is going to. It's getting late. I think the wolf is just going to make another bite attack against Shaun.
Bring it. They think
Does
I'm
it-
Jello. They will be very disappointed.
Does a 17 hit?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So that is 11 points of piercing damage.
Cool, that gets halved, so 5 or 6.
5 works. 5 works. Yes, it sort of snarls as it buries its teeth in you, unable to really, find purchase to, bite into you like a wolf would want to, and sort of thrash you around. Its bites just keep slipping right back out of your slime.
It's like, oh, were you looking for a vein? No. There's none here.
I love the quips, and then I can only assume the face claw on our rat friend. Well, friend. Quotation marks.
Like,
Yeah,
the
he's
wolf
just
has arm,
like-
and I just pull arm free. It's like, stupid wolf.
You
Yeah,
cannot hold me. I am Jello.
Oh, Verl. Remember, you've got your defensive reaction.
Oh, right!
Oh yeah, and I also
Right,
have
right!
defense reaction. So, see, we have cat to remember defense reaction.
Lordly is very good at remembering these rules.
Oh, I got max roll, so yeah, he didn't even hit me.
Yeah, he just bites ineffectually at the air. Remember to take those 11 hit points back.
Yep. Well, 5 since
Right.
since I
Yeah,
have
so it
that.
just fails to bite you entirely.
Yeah, it's like, listen, the wolf has spirit, and that's about it.
He's got the
Spirit in a
enthusiasm.
mouthful of jello.
Yeah, because he tries to bite Ice Wipe with tail, and that makes him miss, basically.
Yeah, like he tries to bite, catches like the tail, the very tip of your tail. Absolutely does not work.
Yeah, it's like, oops, good job. You got a spiny bit of slime. Good job.
Right, alright. The true. Okay. So, that is the end of the wolf's turn, and now it is the lizard's turn again. And it is going to once again swoop down from the sky and try to bite at,
Well, clearly it sees a rat, and bird-like rat.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might swoop over and actually try to take a bite out of Roadkill, out of the newcomer this time.
Crab rat.
I wonder what his name could be.
I told
Shut up,
it's
you
crab
didn't-
rat.
You didn't hear
Crab
anything.
rat.
didn't hear anything.
Shut up, you didn't hear anything.
It's like, oh no, it seems you might need a hand other than the half one you have.
Oh,
Yeah,
he would
So
hate that.
rude. So rude.
so rude. Need a hand? Yeah, because he's only
Call
got
us-
one.
Come
Oh,
on.
you called us idiots.
Yeah, it's true. He did call us idiots first.
He did. So yeah, the lizard swoops down and tries to bite at him, but he throws up his claw and sort of pushes it off and back, and it doesn't connect. And next up is the ox, which is just gonna continue, I think, running away.
Keep on trucking.
It is off the map now. I will send you the updated map.
You don't earn an energy
And-
punk's respect by not snarking them back.
Next up is Shaun.
We're gonna see if the bit dog howls. Cool.
It is Shaun's turn.
It is my turn. Well, let's see if I can do some hitting with damages, or if I do not do any hitting with the damages. And this is a plus something, I believe. Yeah, it's just my strength mod, so. Oh, get nat 20'd.
Hell yeah! Roll damage on that.
Yeah.
Get wrecked, buddy.
I will do 8 piercing, unless I don't know if nat 20 means I do double or max.
At 20 doubles it, so that'll be 16 points of piercing damage. 16. I have to do math.
I know. I'm just showing him how to properly bite.
All right, yeah, it lunged forward to bite at you and came right into range of your tail, so you whip it across the face and it stumbles backwards, obviously starting to bleed from those wounds.
If you're showing them how to bite, you could say it's a tutorial.
It is a tutorial.
Ugh.
And it is now Nikola's turn.
Oh boy. Okay, so
Nikola has the hex out on the wolf, so any attack they make to the wolf will deal extra damage.
yeah, I'm trying to decide here. I think they're going to cast Toll the Dead on the wolf.
Alright.
And because it's missing some hit points, if it fails on a wisdom saving throw, it takes 1d12 necrotic damage plus the 1d6.
Cool. So Wiz save.
Yeah, the
What's
DC
its
is 15.
Alright. And it rolled a 10.
Alrighty. Pull out a D12, and I pull out my D6. 6 and 4, so 10 damage.
All right. Easy enough math for me to do. Anything else on Nikola's turn?
Um,
I'm glad we all decided to let a Sidiot man single fight the bird 1v1.
yeah, I think they're like with their bonus action. Could they like kind of keep an eye on that situation and ascertain whether or not they need to move the hex over to the bird?
I don't think you can. Can you move the hex before the target dies?
I don't know. if you can.
No, you can't.
Okay, never mind. Still, if like this person reads to them like a unpleasant middle schooler,
You can try rolling insight, or
nah, I'm pretty sure
perception or
it's just
something.
12. I'm pretty sure he's just like he's got a lunchbox, but it's like an emo lunchbox.
Don't you realize he has Lunchables?
Oh my god! I will tell you, he does not look younger than you.
Nah, he looks. Yeah, this is a middle schooler. I do want to clarify this. This isn't like, this isn't me discounting what you're saying. I appreciate the clarification, but like, in Nikola's head, they're just like, you are not to be treated like a full adult.
Oh, Nikola, you see, he is simply angry, like a little rat in a cage.
You are too baby to be treated to be taken completely seriously.
Could
Like,
you tell that by all the
who left-
fuckings?
Left
And
My Chemical Romance shirt out in the rain.
It says heavy metal on it, okay? We are punking on them.
Yes. We adore them.
We love
adore
them
the
very
little
much, and
bastard
that means
rat.
we're the worst.
They
Oh, we love
antagonize
them,
us.
let's hate them.
I am still just a rat with a bubble.
You show your affection through bullying. Also, Lordly, I cannot understand you right now.
It's fine, I'm just singing badly. Ripping off
Okay.
a rat in a cage.
Alright. If that is everything for Nikola's turn. Yes?
yes, other than just keeping an eye on that.
Fair enough. So yeah. The newcomer, it's now his turn, and what he does is sort of jump up and grab onto the play structure with his hands, and then he's going to try to snatch the lizard out of midair with his claw. And now it's just me playing with myself, and that doesn't hit, by the way. So the lizard dodges out of the way.
See, it's not so easy, is it?
And is, just sort of flies back a little ways away from grabbing claws. And it is now Cat's turn. I was sent an updated map, but Cat is not on it right now.
Yep. Cat will move himself so he's back on the map.
Full movement, or?
Full movement, yeah. And that should mean he has line of sight on the bird. Lizard thing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Awesome. Now to checks.
There's like some things that might be in the way, but I don't think that building at the corner is fully intact, and I think the dragon is hovering high enough that you can see at least part of it.
The which?
The lizard. Uh-oh, I'm slipping up with which stat blocks I'm using. Uh-oh. You didn't hear that.
Dragon.
It's wormling. It's a dragon wormling. It's the baby.
Baby.
Okay.
We are
You're
having our
just
first
full-on
dragon
at
fight.
us at level 4.
I would
I'd
not
ask what
throw
we did to hurt you.
I would not throw a full dragon at you at this level. It's
Yet.
it's challenge oh,
Okey-dokey.
I did not
So,
record its challenge correctly, but it is within your level.
So, I have to anecdote this. When I am zoomed out on the screenshot, it looks like someone spelt out nerd up top.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know
shoot
who put
it.
that there. Our dear friend.
I shoot it with my longbow again. 20 to hit.
Okay, 20 hits. Roll damage.
Thankfully. That's a 7 plus. Let me check if I can actually do what I think I can. Oh, I can. Lovely. I was thinking both of these took like specified melee attacks. Neither of them do. Hooray! So, okay, it takes a total of 13 damage. Hello?
Yeah, I heard you. Can other
Okay.
I
people
said
hear
not
you?
bad, and then I went to go do the math to deduct its hit
Okay.
points.
Okay, it's just everyone was very quiet for a second.
Yeah.
Scary indeed.
Us quiet? Never.
Almost
It's
physically
good.
impossible. Alright.
Alright. Anything else on Cat's turn?
I don't think so. No, yeah, I've used. Have I used
Okay.
everything? Fair.
Tailwind's turn then.
Tailwind is going to march up out of the way of Cat. Probably 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, up to N6. So they have a clean shot at either the lizard or the dog. And I think they're going to go back to an old favorite because you only have one spell slot left. The arm is going to fold out, and the crossbow mechanism is going to pop back out. Like, well, let's see this shot. As another firebolt goes at the thing that our dear little rat friend is fighting.
Alright, the lizard.
Yeah.
Roll to hit. 22 hits.
Nice.
Roll damage.
Checking damage. I believe it's it is a D10.
I love that we're all kind of conspiring to make this little rat dude have been like completely pointless in this fight.
Just a little bit.
Just
He
because
insulted us.
he said idiots.
So we're thankful for the help, but we're also petty teenagers.
Exactly. Just
Okay.
bean it straight in the head with what looks like a much sturdier flaming projectile instead of a bundle of steel wool. It's like it looked like a drilled out baseball.
Ooh. About 7 points of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it knocks it a little bit off course, and you can see it struggling to flap its wings to stay airborne. And next up is the wolf. So it is going to It's just been standing here biting Shaun for like 4 rounds, huh?
It's frustrated.
It's been trying anyway.
The team tank's job, if done right, makes it seem like they're doing nothing, but they're doing a lot.
True.
Yeah, I
Never
think
mind.
it'll try biting at Shaun again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, arguably, if it hasn't worked for the last 4 turns, it probably is
It's-
broke.
Probably.
Don't give the wolf logic.
Does a 12 hit?
Hit me. That ties. So
Roll your tail
my
thing.
reaction with my tail thing, like I would
Probably not
literally
gonna
have to
hit.
get a 1 to not be able to block it. So
How
yeah,
do
no, he
you-
don't hit me.
How
It once
many
again-
rolls is your dex only 12? Your AC only 12. I feel we've talked
Because
about
I'm
this.
unarmored.
Your unarmored defense should be higher than that, I think.
Yeah, you said that last time, and no, it's just that low because we're low levels right now. Even though I have +3 Constitution right now.
Min-maxing. You gotta min something.
Yeah, that's my dex.
Yeah, so the wolf once again snaps ineffectually at Shaun, and it's starting to look kind of frustrated that this isn't working. But for now, that's its turn. And it is back to the lizard. How does attack of opportunity work? Me just googling basic D&D mechanics in the middle of
Look,
playing a game because I
It's a
can't
lot.
remember shit. And then not getting a good result. It's always like a D&D Beyond page that is
What are you looking for?
15 fucking opportunity attacks.
Okay, an attack of opportunity is basically just one melee attack on whoever is leaving. The
Okay.
range of attack of the creature that still has their reaction.
Okay. So I think what is going to happen. I haven't sent the map in a moment. So currently, Tailwind just sort of ran out and started firing at the flying lizard. So I think the flying lizard is going to try rushing towards Tailwind, but in the process is going to get an opportunity attack from Rat Boy.
Look at this little rat boy. Such a little rat
How could
boy.
we forget the rat boy?
I literally did you see that in the spectator chat?
I just
Yep.
saw that.
Oh, good lord, it is not his day. So he tries reaching up to grab at the lizard before it can get past him, and it ducks out of the way. Where'd this thing go?
I'm sorry, this is just the funniest way I want to be badass. could possibly
God,
be
he was
used.
supposed to.
Comes
He's
in,
not supposed to be
antagonizes.
this ineffective.
Yeah, don't
You
worry.
see, the dice decided that it should also be petty about the the thing.
The dice are on our side tonight, baby.
Literally,
So
as soon as he came in, it all turned around and we started doing real fucking.
You guys can
work.
only win
but
if you're
not
being
because
petty
of
about
him.
it.
You see, our
So-
morale was just immediately restored upon having someone as backup, even
Yeah.
though we didn't actually get the backup.
It is because of him, but he
Aw.
doesn't realize it.
Oh, we only have victory because of spite. Damn it, that's why we were losing earlier. Our spite machine is gone.
Brittney isn't
Brittney
here. They have no reason to spite.
Okay.
Should have known spite was the most important factor.
So the lizard swoops and tries to bite at Tailwind, but with a 9, those teeth aren't punching through that steel. So now it is just flying around in front of Tailwind.
All right.
And it is Shaun's turn.
Okay. Doggo is still there after the pitiful performance of puppy-based cringe, I suppose. Anyway. Let's see if we hit them or if the dice think we should give him some peace.
Oh, I just
You
made
go-
him even
if
more
you-
useful.
If you go to the other side of him, I can flank him on my next turn.
Sure. I can do that. So move so that cat can flank. So moving up, I think that's N
It'd be
Is that 10?
O12.
or 12. Yeah. Sure. And then try and stab him. Well, smack him, which is for
11?
16.
Oh, 11 or 012?
O11. The one that's on the opposite side of the doggo than he is now.
Oh, this is gonna spell out something not so nice. Okay. We also got close when Tailwind and Cat were teaming up on the tentacle monster abbreviated with a P. We got close to TPK. Didn't
Oh,
though.
dear.
Okay.
The joys of using singular letters to represent your enemies and players.
16 hits, roll damage.
Fantastic.
If the bull was still here, we could have spelt nasty.
Okay, we're gonna do like minimum damage this time because we feel bad for the dog, I guess.
This
Well,
entire
also,
party's weak
you're
for
sort of
dogs.
like dodging around it, so it's maybe like you're hitting it as you try to go around it. Not
Yeah.
the most effective way to put all your power behind it, but you get a hit in,
Little smack.
little smack. Yeah. And it is now Nikola's turn.
It's more than our friend Sidiot.
Alright.
I thought that was so clever when I came up with it at like
is.
11 p.m.
It's super clever, that's why
Legitimately
we
it is.
hate it.
It is.
Legitimately it is. It was just delivered in the shape of an unpleasant emo child.
We were little
Look,
rat
we
boy.
all went through our phase where we wanted to be Eminem or Snoop Dogg or
When
someone.
we wanted to be Rat Boy.
He's just stuck in
Yeah,
that
the
phase
shirt does
perpetually.
not help.
We love him dearly.
I've had
Hey,
to
do you
burn
know how
photos I
hard it is to have a
found.
sense of style in this town?
Yeah. Especially when this poor friend of ours is like apparently a rat crab mutant
Technically
It's like-
lobster.
lobster.
Rob
Oh,
Stark.
so he's a rock lobster?
Oh no! No! There's layers.
You're like, never mind, he's a crab.
Mistakes have been right.
Anyway, it's Nikola's turn.
Yay! Let's see, where'd the wolf go? Is the wolf next to Shaun still?
Yes, it is still at 010 or 10
Listen,
10-0.
Okay.
If you
Give me a
kill
chompers.
the dragon, we can fucking totally kill steal it from Rat Boy.
Rat
be
Boy
so
has
fun
not
to do it,
managed
do
to
it,
deal
do it,
any
do it.
damage to the lizard yet,
He's
so
there for morale.
It would hurt even more if we
I-
kill it before he can damage it then.
I have a horrible thing I want to do, and it'd be so petty.
What,
Do it, do it, go on.
tell us without telling me too much, what target would Nikola take enable you to do the petty thing?
Go after the dog.
Alright, I'm going after the dog.
Remember
Eldritch
that
Blast.
Rat Boy moves before you.
I love how
So,
Tala's voice in my head is just Brittney's voices in all of your heads. Just do it! Like the Sith Lord.
Yeah.
Do it!
She's here in spirit, I guess.
Alright, Eldritch Blast is something +7. Does a 15 hit?
It does.
Oh shit, okay. Read my... Okay, 1d10 plus 5 is, which one's the d10? Okay. Total of 13 damage.
You kill it. How does that go?
Oh, the wolf is dead.
The wolf is dead.
Ding,
The
ding,
wolf
ding,
is-
How
ding,
is the wolf
ding.
dead?
Just dead.
Wolf
Yeah.
is dead, wolf.
Like similar to the tentacle creature where it sort of falls apart from the inside out, you think? Or
That's actually... I like that a lot. I think that, like, Nikola is still sort of like... doggone. And as they say, doggone it, like, they happen to just fucking glare at it, and, everyone who's looking their direction sees that, like, their eyes sort of glow with this sort of glitchy, spastic light.
Eye lasers.
Not
Oh no, the
necessarily,
channeling
just
the
like...
power of Elmer Fudd.
It's like an anime when you see someone you don't like and you get the electricity between you guys, except it made someone explode.
It made someone explode.
The electricity passed over and made their head explode.
Listen, I am personally imagining that, like, once they're exploded and, like, all the Zevo compounds out of them, they're just automatically reverted to whatever got glued back together into them. So they're fine.
Don't worry, it's kid-friendly, wink.
It
You
also...
see a little wiener dog running the other direction. It's fine.
Oh, you didn't even do the extra d6. Oh.
Aw,
Well-
it's dead.
it's already dead. Stop.
Nicola,
He's
you
already
above all
dead.
should know not to beat the horse dead.
Not to beat the dead horse.
You know what I mean.
No, in this case, it's the other way around. Not to beat the horse dead.
Fair. I think that, like, perhaps with their bonus action, they'll move Hex to the one remaining critter and just look at it and be like, "You don't want to do this."
This is actually important because I had with my idea with the hex over there. Oh, I don't. No, because it could be either. I don't know which one's better. Never mind. It's your choice. I can't determine that.
Huh?
To downgrade its check.
Yeah, you're
Cough,
not
cough.
really giving us enough pieces.
Cough, cough. I plan to grapple it.
You want to hold it close?
And if I keep the disadvantage on Dex, ooh,
Well, it could be
Alright.
better at strength. I might go with that.
Yeah, it has the choice. I have to use strength, or in the
Well,
armor's
I
case,
think-
I'll let
intelligence.
you, replace.
Yeah, in the armor's case, intelligence.
When your brain's so
You
strong,
have
it
to
translates to
try and
muscle.
rat boy. You get more you though, so.
Yeah.
I'm more of a grappler than you are, but
Look, I have a spite thing, but like, this is just for fun at this point.
Yeah, that dragon's going to get its ass kicked.
is it really?
All right. I believe Cat goes before me.
Um,
But I don't know who's next.
so that's Nicola's turn done, right?
yeah. Other than just kind of looking at the lizard-looking thing and being like, "Go home." This is your one morning. Just leave.
It just blinks. It does the like sideways one eye at a time lizard blink.
No thought.
Alright.
empty.
Not phased whatsoever.
Okay, here's the thing. KT and I are in a different in a different campaign where there's a very lovable lizard
Oh no.
who's wonderful. And we love her a lot. And so this one is giving me emotions. And I'll dissolve it if I need to. But also
Are you talking
Nikola,
about Lizard Mom?
Lizard Mom.
Don't compare it to Lizard Mom.
I know.
I'm gonna have emotions.
It's just not your lizard mom.
I know.
Do you know though? Do you? Do you really?
So next up is Rat Boy, who is going to hop down off the climbing structure and run over towards where the lizard now is. And I'm just taking screenshots. Is now flanking it with Tailwind and is going to Yeah, I mean, it hasn't worked out so far for him, but he's gonna try grabbing it with his claw again. Because
He's got to show that he knows what he's doing.
If he keeps
it's sort
failing,
of
this
his
wolf is gonna
best
go on
op.
an anime montage of training to bite.
The wolf is dead.
I
Yeah, the
forgot.
wolf is dead.
It's just kind of the best modifier he has for an attack. It's just that the lizard has much better armor.
That's fair.
Okay, well that time it worked. Yeah, so this
Finally,
time
he gets to do something.
indeed. So while the lizard is sort of looking back at not a D20. Looking back at Nikola, he finally jumps up and grabs it out of the air and sort of crushes it a little inside his claw, and holds on to it.
What kind of feeling, I guess.
Alright, then.
And it is now Cat's turn. Oh wait, he is going to give
Wow, where's the
Tailwind
sixth one?
he is going to give Tailwind an unimpressed look, and then now it is Cat's turn.
What, no
Alrighty.
sick one-liner? Terrible.
So the bat is still alive, yes?
Lizard is the only thing that is left. The D for dragon.
Alrighty. Cat will stroll up, watching this this fucking gangbang come out of this poor bat. Phrasing, yes, I know. And do some murders.
We do have a PG-13 rating here.
Yeah.
There's merger and true crime.
I was talking about the other thing, but
I was so down for that.
I also zoned out for that.
I only heard part of it.
Don't worry, it was
So-
very enlightening.
24 and 15 to hit.
24 hits, 15 does not.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's fucking grappled. Doesn't that give you advantage on attacks against it?
Okie dokie. Lovely. In that case, 21.
Melee attacks, I think.
I am using my
Unless-
sword, so yes.
So 24 and
that
21
is-
both hit.
Hooray, that's...
Oh wait, no, grapple doesn't.
Okay.
Grapple doesn't give advantage.
Okay.
Indeed it does not. Sorry. So just the 24 then.
Okay, that is a total of 15 damage.
All right. Yeah, you stab this thing good. it is still, hanging on and sort of wiggling around in the claw's grasp, trying to scramble out, but yeah, you do hit it good, and it's definitely looking sort of bloody and worse for the wear now. Prone is the one with advantage. There we go. And it is now Tailwind's turn.
All right. So is this? I'm flanking with Rat Boy.
Yes.
Okay. So.
But I think Cat also walked up too, right? So you're in like
Yeah.
07.
Yeah, but it doesn't count as flanking unless they're like
Opposite.
Yeah.
Unless you rule it otherwise, but that's how I've always had it played. So.
Yeah. So I think instead of the grappling, I was going to do, because I thought it would be really hilarious to grab hold of it and then just look at him and say, "Oh hey, you wanted a piece of this?" Seemed like you did, but no, he's got it. So,
Claws out were before you.
yeah. Let's just go with what the subclass likes, which is currently Thunderstrike. I do add my proficiency bonus to this because I looked that up. So it is 1d20 plus 7. I also, rolled for advantage. Sorry about that. Let's see if I fish a crit. Nope.
Neither of those hits.
Neither of them hit? Jeez.
Neither of them hit!
All right.
Listen,
Now you see why it's
decent AC.
All right.
Mhm. Now you see why it took a couple tries to grab a hold of this thing.
Okay.
Slippery.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta cross the wolf off.
I already have. I'm already full up on temp HP, so I think I'm just good. Yeah. I will. Who's next in line?
The lizard.
Oh, the lizard. Yeah, I'll just stay here then. See if I can aggro it to me.
Were those two different attacks or one with advantage?
It was one with advantage.
Okay, cool. Because I was thinking, if those are two different attacks, then you have advantage on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the lizard's being held by Rat Boy. It's gonna try to turn and bite Rat Boy.
I like how he's just Rat Boy now.
He hasn't told you his name yet, so
He will forever live.
Boy or Crab Rat, so.
Crab Rat, no!
Rat Boy is decent, and I can remember it until you get the chance to do formal introductions. Yeah, that hits! Yeah, that hits.
At least it didn't crit.
Alright, so that's 16 points of damage.
To whom?
To Rat Boy.
Oh. Damn, I was hoping it'd be Tailwind.
Just kill Tailwind!
No!
Want Tailwind to get hurt?
Ugh.
No, just it'd be hilarious if Tailwind went down and we defeated the bat by, Tailwind collapsing his mech on top of it. Yeah, mech.
Again, there's an emergency outport in the back. I had to install it after certain events. It was
After
very
the
top heavy
incident.
in the first version. It was very top heavy.
Okay. So, Rat Boy kind of takes the bite and shudders, but manages to keep his grip on the lizard, and it is now Shaun's turn.
Alright. Say hi to the lizard. Let us say hello, my little friend.
Where are you moving to?
Good question.
We could have just like a circle around the lizard, beating it up.
A nice circle around the lizard. Nice circle. We're having a nice circle dance. Trying to smack him. Ugh.
That hit.
Fantastic.
4 points of damage.
Damage. It's piercing. Woo.
Mm.
Or-
Yeah, so you
I
get
know.
a. Wait, you're. Oh wait, advantage would be for making the hit. You made the hit.
Yeah.
Flanking doesn't matter. Yeah, so you get a good swipe in, and the lizard sort of wiggles and struggles, but it's looking very rough, but it's not down yet. And it is now Nikola's turn.
All right. Sorry, realize I had been staring at the wrong screenshot. So is there one hostile left or two?
Just the one.
Okay.
And everyone else is circled around it.
All
We're
right.
all
Well,
curb stomping it.
I think that they'll move to kind of like peek in between Shaun and Dear Rat Boy.
So M8.
I was thinking like maybe L9.
L9. Okay.
Yeah, they don't need to be like on it.
They're not gonna fucking kick it.
No, they're gonna Eldritch Blast.
All right. Let's see. We go 3 for 3.
All right.
Farm boy.
That's
Murders the most.
What do you think I am, Cat? That would be an 8 plus 7 is a 15.
That does not hit.
Damn. Well, let's see. What can they do anything with their bonus actions? I don't think so. Well, you know what? It's the first time they've hit all evening, so I'm not gonna complain too much.
First time they haven't hit.
First time they've missed. Yeah.
Fair enough. Which brings us to Dear Rat Boy.
Who's not a deer, if anyone is confused.
I can't believe you.
Oh my gosh, that's a nat 20.
Slash it in half with that big old crab claw.
Something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Like his grip on the lizard tightens, and you can see the lizard like struggling for another moment before like the claw breaks through and the lizard falls to the ground in 2 pieces, dead.
I'm entirely okay with it being an actual literal in-game minute where he's just squeezing this thing while we're sitting around awkwardly, just like.
No.
Ew. No.
It's faster than that. And that ends our combat. So you all survived. Woo! Rep Boy looks up from like the corpse of the lizard around at all of you, and I think he says, "You shouldn't be hanging around in the open this late at night."
We were on an errand.
Well, blame Robot Fox. That's your fault.
Oh.
Don't call out of character. Don't call him Robot Fox. He does not look like a fox. There.
I'm a
you talking
giant
about?
ball.
He's in the mech suit. You can't. They're in the mech suit. You can't see that they're a fox.
Didn't they come out?
They went back in for combat.
They went back in for combat. Yeah. So yeah, Tailwind would look at them. Like, well, next time, Maybe we'll get a heads up before something crazy goes down.
Though it's kind of like, do they have to deal with this all the time? Because that's gonna suck if we have to deal with it all the time.
Yeah, he's like, you don't get heads up about this sort of stuff happening in Endsville. It just happens.
Which makes sense. It just kind of happens.
Well, if you need any help, I'm sure you can figure.
You know.
can figure out a way to get a hold of us.
Look, I've made it this long without needing help from idiots like you. I'm not about to start needing your help.
I do have a question. Is that like a common vernacular, or is that like a portmanteau that you came up yourself? Because it's honestly, it's quite poetical. Kind of phonetically
They're probably gonna
pleasing.
think you're fucking with them.
Are
Oh
they?
no,
I don't know.
a genuine compliment.
You're
Uh.
too many people were talking. Couldn't make that out. So I heard the thing about, I think he's like, can't exactly be common vernacular. Not a lot of people left on this side of the river to use it. Anyway, I'd better get you guys across the river or Nightlight's gonna have my ass. Come on, let's get moving.
Yeah. Well, I know the way, but yeah. Always
Even though
good to have another hand.
Crab right here is very edgy and hasn't needed help. Do they know? Are they been knowing about our new friend that failed his OSHA check?
If we want to have a scene here, I need a break first. So
Yeah,
if we want to, I know it's getting late. If we want to continue, but also fun new character for you guys to talk to. We good with having a 5-minute break and then a scene to wrap this up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep.
As they
Same
escort us out and say, GTFO, please.
Yeah. Okay. Quick break. We'll be back soon. And wrap this up. All right. Back from break. So yeah. Fight over, and Rat Boy is starting to lead you guys back towards the bridge to Wellspring City. Yeah, you are free to continue asking questions and such. He is just not going to spark conversation on his own, because as you might have guessed, he's a sullen little rude boy.
We do
What's
not
your
spark
favorite
joy
anime?
in the Rat Boy.
He's proclaimed himself a Lancer.
Cat pipes up. What's your favorite anime?
Cat
This is
line.
his
What?
only ice-breaking move. Well, no, he could also challenge him to a game of card game The Purchasing, but
They're on the move right now. They don't have time to set all that up.
exactly.
Card game, The Purchasing.
You're welcome for that. I thought that up like day one.
Yes.
It's a game of magical capitalism. It's like Monopoly.
You kind of get like a scornful, like withering look from Rat Boy. He's just sort of like, he's just sort of like portraying, look around. Where the hell do you think I watch? How the hell do you think I watch anime?
Cat pulls out a fucking miniature DVD player from
Would
his.
you like some anime?
Exactly.
Hey kid, want some anime?
Miniature DVD player and like 4 DVDs just from his fucking hammer space.
Does
Hands
it-
them over.
Like with extra batteries.
Yeah, like how is this
course.
thing powered?
It's battery powered.
Okay.
Portable.
And it
It's
has
one
like
of
a
those-
screen in it too.
Yeah.
I'm picturing one of the
Okay,
ones
he,
that
like-
you put in the back of cars to pacify children.
Pretty much, yeah.
I
Don't
had
think-
one of
They
those
worked
as a
on me.
kid.
Don't think too
Uh,
much into this rat boy.
Yeah, he sort of like dubiously looks at the thing and just sort of like stuffs it into his hammer space. He'll deal with that later.
Affection? How dare you?
The next time they meet up, like, is going to be very begrudgingly very invested in the edgy teen boy anime that.
Like Tokyo Ghoul or some shit, ain't it?
Oh God.
Okay.
Well, with the ice broken, thanks. How long has this been going on here? For at least us.
Yeah, inform
it's-
some idiots.
Yeah, it's only been a couple of months since things have been pouring over, and we've been dealing with hybrid animals that someone kidnapped. A man in like jetpack black carapace trying to murder us. A swarm of evil birds, and like there's so many other things.
It
Yeah,
does
well,
seem
it's
to have.
So that
Sorry.
these darn idiots don't end up having to stay here because we get chased out by some crazy black mutant creature thing.
And then, of course, there's the old standard dystopian government.
Yeah, we're no we're no fan of that either.
Well, what do you know? Someone from Wellspring City that has brains. I thought I wouldn't see that twice. Things
What?
have been. Things have been worse in the past few months, but it's been like this over here for 30 years.
The whole time.
The whole time.
Mm.
It might have been worse at the beginning. Some of the mutants have killed each other off over time. It was starting to get quiet over here until things picked up again.
Cough, cough. The
Could
guilt is
Nikola do a history check to see if their mom has mentioned anything related to Endsville for them?
Yes.
Okay, history is a +2. Okay. 16. No, excuse me, 17.
17. The only time Nikola would have heard their mom mention anything about Endsville would have been when preparations were being made to send Nikola back to Wellspring City. I don't know if they would have been open to hearing it at that time, but their mom definitely like tried to warn them off from exploring in Endsville.
Oh yeah, they were in a hell of a listening mood for that conversation. I tell you what. Like in the mood they would have been in at that point, it was probably through a closed door.
Yeah. So that's all that she's ever mentioned it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Tailwind's going to please. He's gonna start. They are gonna start describing ill will. Like, you know who that is? Because we've got some ideas, but from what we can find out, this guy is absolutely insane.
That sounds not quite, but almost like, well, back before the fall of Endsville, there was this scientist called Dr. Will who was working on research that seems in line with everything that's happened. I figured the guy just died, but it sounds like that might be him.
Sounds like he has a
Yeah.
bad idea and was like, "Oh, what will I do with my name? I will put ill in front of it."
Yeah,
Perhaps that's his middle name or his first name.
maybe. I
Maybe
don't
he got
know.
married. He hyphenated.
Crazy man had a tub of goo, and the word goo is definitely italicized in in that saying, and we've been trying to figure this out bit by bit as far as what we can figure out. Here's an honest question. Now that I'm thinking about it, you guys, did anyone over here that you know feel weird at Halloween?
If you know what Halloween is, I'm not sure if they get Halloween in Crab Rat Land.
Oh, you get like a if looks could kill glare. I know what Halloween is, but we don't exactly have calendars over here to know when it is. No, nothing weird has happened on any specific day. Not anything more so than the usual, anyway.
Out of character, do we still have that device?
Yeah, you retrieved it from the tower after you used it, so.
Okay.
You're welcome. That was a lot of hassle.
Thank you. We might have another piece of information next time.
Turn it on and see if he feels any weirder.
Next time we meet, but that's actually very important information, considering what happened over here.
Especially since, if it worked over there, what if someone's gonna come over here and try and kill any other mutants that are hanging around?
Yeah. There's definitely some kind of push ever since whatever this started. I don't think it's stopping anytime soon.
I think he, like, scoffs. Fucking idiots. You think this shit's new?
Not new, but increasing.
Maybe on your side of the river, but yet that asshole mayor of yours has been causing trouble over here pretty much since he started building his city.
Oh, wonderful. How much else has he been covering up?
Well, let's put it this way: if there's something running around thinking that no mutant should be in the city, what do you think they're gonna do once there's no more in the city? That we're gonna go focus back on here again. So more problems. Problems intensify again.
Yeah, that was a lucky break.
Believe it or not,
No, go on.
oh, sorry. I think Nikola is just like, we really are doing our best to help out. Things shouldn't be the way that they are, and whatever else, we have an opportunity to do something about it.
And he, like, scoffs again, and he's like, mutant or not, what do you think a handful of kids are going to be able to do about this situation?
Hopefully,
Well,
spit in the eye of Big Corpo.
I did explode a couple monsters.
I've got swords, and they solve many problems. Most of them are caused by having swords in the first place.
You turn a corner, just like slowly crunch a flagpole a little bit. This I could get used to.
Well, that's fine for problems that can be solved by violence, but that's not exactly going to fix the situation.
Oh,
Yeah,
trust
but
me, I got lots of ideas.
Oh no.
you can only work with so much.
We don't like it when
with
you
what
have
we
ideas.
Oh,
No. We don't like when that one has ideas pointing to Cat. Did not say their name. And apparently I'm also on that list. But I'm
Correct,
learning.
you are also on
to-
that list.
Yes. I'm learning to announce to the council what what my plans are.
and we appreciate this.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I came on a little bit strong earlier.
It needed to let out some steam.
Oh, speaking of steam, Cat steps forward. I'm Smog, by the way. Wow.
What's your name now?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Hot-
think,
hot
like,
air.
This is Cat's hero name.
Yeah.
Something negative downsides of, large corporate cities. You get smog.
Is it smell?
it's very
or smog?
clever.
Smog as in, choking cloud
Yeah.
of
sorry.
smog sort of thing. It's cutting subversive political commentary. It's also a name for a cloud.
How happy is he?
He's
That
pretty
he
proud of himself.
could. He should be.
I would. Rat Boy, like, gives him a look, and he's like, yeah, alright. You can call me Roadkill.
Cat nods.
I see
I
it
just
feels
wi-
like a very rude name to use. But okay.
Is that in character?
No. It does sound rude, doesn't it?
Mhm. And that's why I was like, half of me wanted him to say, what the fuck kind of name is Smog? But then he has no leg to stand on in that conversation.
He has negative leg to stand on.
I think Nicola's like, that's a very unique name. Is that one that you picked out yourself, or is that given?
I picked it.
Sure, there's a star to that.
It's a name of distinction. In the same light, you can call me Omen.
Wrecking ball.
Wrecking ball.
Look, I have massive rows of teeth here.
And at that, I think Roadkill looks over at Shaun and like raises an eyebrow, like, you got a name too.
I left it at home.
This is our beloved friend, Rat Boy.
You gotta come up with a nom de guerre sometime, otherwise we're gonna end
Be
up
very
calling you
confusing.
Puddles.
Oh, Roadkill snorts at that.
Well, I think that one's stuck, at least with this one.
Okay, Cat will get a nice talking to.
Give me a couple days, I'll figure something out.
All right. Yeah, do you guys have other questions or discussions, or shall we
like-
just say they arrived back at the bridge?
Yeah, poking too hard might be a way to shut down conversation, so unless someone's got another question, I think at least Tailwind's good.
I think if there's anything. It's because they no, the problem's been going on. They told us that their mayor's been a pain for a while, even though he's been pretending there's nothing wrong over here. They didn't know about the ill will guy. Apparently. I think that's what's implied, that he didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Didn't know about him being back. Did have an idea of like
Who he was.
yeah.
But the whole being back thing is new. Which is why I was like, oh yeah, you should be more buddy with us, since maybe him combined with Mayor will be extra no good very bad times. Since you know.
Yeah.
Oh, and they also don't know what to do. They're like, oh, problems can't be solved. Guess we'll just be sad, miserable people. So, I'm trying to think if there's anything else we might want to know based on that.
Yeah, I highly doubt we're gonna get an invite to wherever this person lives
No,
on the
absolutely
first
not yet.
outing.
Yeah,
But
not yet.
yeah. You need anything from
Yeah.
from this side? Medical
Even if you-
attentions.
Even if you don't need any stupid idiot's help, if there's something you don't want to deal with that might interest us to deal with instead, you can also tell us about that. So.
Yeah.
Look, I did this as a favor for Nightlight. I don't expect us to be friends or anything.
At the start, at least.
Cat
You gonna
salutes
offer a handshake, Tailwind?
enthusiastically.
You can do a handshake.
Yeah. I'll.
With your big old metal claws and your rhyme claw.
There is a moment where it's like there's a stare down of, because they put out the hand and it's the one where you met with the claw. It's like, oh, it's awkward. Switch over to the other one.
Yeah, he's not shaking your hand either way.
Roadkill doesn't want to hold your hand.
He does not. All the more reason not to shake it.
But, you know, even if you don't want to be our friend, Roadkill, if you hear anything about other idiots showing up here, we can deal with it for you.
Yeah,
you know.
that might also be a good thing to get a hold of. Because who knows how many people on our side this is affected.
Well, you guys know Nightlight, right? I'll just run it through them instead.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Good luck.
Cat salutes
Don't need luck.
enthusiastically. Tell me how
Yeah, they
you
kind
like
of don't
that.
have luck, or they wouldn't be Roadkill.
Yeah, sorry, I think Lordly's trying to say something. What, Lordly?
Cat, waves enthusiastically as they turn to go, just like, tell me how you like the anime, I've got more, and just walks away.
It's like,
We
sorry,
love
you can't skip him.
we love Lordly so, but we do love Lordly, but we love Cat so much.
We can love both.
I'm tired. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
I think Nikola almost misses like saying goodbye to Roadkill. Like they're like, oh, and they thank you again for taking your time out of your night.
Even if it was only as a favor.
Nikola seems a little bit distracted.
Oh?
It's for some reason they're giving me the impulse to call one of their moms. We can get to that in a sec.
We're not doing it tonight.
Yeah.
But maybe an FPS.
I don't think it would be a very long conversation.
Yeah, we can work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he just sort of like nods at that, acknowledging it. Yeah, and is just sort of like waiting for you all to get on the bridge.
Yeah. Ugh.
Hmm.
Waiting
With
for you to get the
awkwardness
fuck out.
and and patience.
Mhm. He's got other stuff to do.
He's got to
Yeah.
get home before he gets eaten by mutants.
Or his mom. Or get told out
Listen,
by his
he goes
mom.
around calling himself Roadkill. You really think he has a mom?
Yeah.
That would be sad. But also, I love the idea of just like,
Roadkill, come home for dinner.
Roadkill. Yeah. He needs to lean on a bench somewhere. And it's like, I don't need friends. I have all I need right here.
His mom's name is Carcass.
Oh, God. Look. Do not start the family tree because we can go. Anyways, yeah. Once Tailwind's on the other side of the bridge, at least to Cat, it's like we're gonna need to readjust the screen so it can play out to Endsville.
You know what you should have asked? He's like, why live in Endsville?
I think the crab claw was fairly self-evident.
I mean, yeah, there's that.
Yeah, there's a big obvious crab's claw, but you know.
Variety of other mutant traits.
Listen, we don't know if he can't hide that.
Fair enough. The claw certainly cannot be hidden.
Like we can hide all our mutant crap. Who says they can't?
Can we though?
Oh.
I have a thing for that.
Tailwind doesn't even look different.
I love how
at
Shaun
least
is so salty.
aesthetically, if the DM would allow, there's a little idea that I had in mind now that the full bore is gone and I don't have to hold back on what Tailwind has for spells. With back in the junkyard and parking the mech in a spot that looks like it's another piece of trash. Stepping out with the adrenaline still going through their body. Their eyes are glowing neon blue like they were in their lightning form.
Cool.
Nice.
They don't
also
notice
choose to
because
believe
how are
this-
they supposed to?
By the way, you've gone flashlight on your eyes.
Oh, God.
You got a little something there.
Oh, wonderful.
In your eyeballs.
Yeah,
Ow.
That'll probably
Oh.
help looking through the ceiling vents if your eyes automatically luminesce.
I've already been working on a pair of night vision goggles. Don't tempt me. Cough, cough. That's another infusion I have.
Also, I will note that I headcanon that while in this state, they are very slightly magnetic.
Oh,
that's sick.
Please.
oh, God.
That would be so funny.
Oh, God, my bucket!
Need to summon a bucket for Shaun? We got you.
Always the bucket.
You just all you have to do is you holds out Tailwind, rubs against balloon. Somehow instead of static electricity, makes them magnetic.
Okay.
I think that's a wonderful spot to at least stop for Tailwind, because they're tired.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of adrenaline in there.
Yeah, I will note, like, the second everyone is on the bridge, Roadkill is running off. He's just gone.
He's out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, fair.
Mission success. Watch
Mhm.
a bunch of idiots do murder.
And help. A little bit.
That's all you can do, is help a little bit.
Help a
A little bit at a time.
Alright. Anything else before we wrap the game up?
I think Nikola is going to go home and tell how many of his grandparents are awake about the wonderful time they had stargazing with Shaun. Yeah, Shaun's doing fine. Yeah, no,
were we
he's still fine. No, I don't think he'd like a sweater. And then
Oh, I was just being silly, like, oh no, it's too soon for a sweater.
Not cold enough yet.
and I think they head to their room and they crawl underneath their covers and they just kind of, I think the last thing they do before they just kind of shut down to cry it out is they take their phone out and they scroll through their contacts and find their mom's number. And then there's a shot of their room at large and a phone getting tossed out of a blanket pile and hitting the wall.
Uh,
I would like to give him a hug.
They're fine.
No, they're not, you liar.
Fine, look at
you
them.
just said they're about to break down crying.
They're fine crying.
That's you, motherfucker.
That
Generally, when people are crying, they are not super fine.
crying is usually an indicator of an overwhelming sense of emotion.
They're not bottling it up.
That's good.
They are not bottling it up. That is true.
Hey, are their
Speaking
tears
of,
from same color?
Oh.
That
that's
could
a
be
question.
Do you have special tears?
I mean, I want to say that they're still like clear liquid the way that tears are, but like they're kind of tinted colors.
Tinted the unknowable color.
Which colors?
The unknowable color.
It's kind of a purplish green. Or a greenish purple.
Fun, fun,
We're
fun.
getting into the shrimp colors, baby.
No, it's shrimp colors.
I was gonna say, speaking of bottling it up, Verl, is there anything you want to have Shaun do?
Well, we got away. That's good. We survived, so that's good.
It's always
Tailwind
good.
has a mech, which is possibly good, but also possibly very bad.
I gotta fix it. It'll be an event. Gotta find more rockets to fire
I'm
out.
trying to think if there's anything else I need to worry about. Probably not.
Just like, how's he doing? And what is he doing? Just heading home after this?
Probably just heading home. It's kind of weird to know that apparently this problem's been going on for a long ass time, though. We don't be liking that.
Mm-hmm.
That's his unwanted news.
Yeah, apparently it predates you. All
Yeah,
of you.
It's like, what do you mean there's been horrible mutant things going on? For how long?
Childhood
So
lost.
we're not liking that.
How's Cat?
So you're still
Cat,
awake?
sorry, I am losing a lung here.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Swallowed some
Uh-oh.
fucking hair or something.
You kind of need both lungs, so I would suggest not losing them.
Yeah, no. Cat's, well, honestly, is very sleepy, and with everything that's happened, is probably going to need a little time to process.
Understandable. Well, he's got all night to do it and pick out new animes for Rat Boy, Rock Lobster, Roadkill.
But yeah, I am really flagging. I have not. It has been more than 18 hours since I slept.
Jeez.
I think.
Don't worry, we're wrapping up within the next 15 minutes. But yeah. Everyone's heading home to bed except Brittney, who is already at home this whole time.
Home sleeping. At
Yeah.
peace.
Online shopping for spy cameras, doing her skincare, and then maybe some homework, and then yeah, she's probably gonna sleep for like the last hour or two.
It's called
At
work-life
peace.
balance.
Yeah.
Listen, there's only so much mutant bullshit she can tolerate in a week before she has to peace out.
Understandable.
Oh, that she can tolerate. Okay.
But
Brittney, you are the bullshit.
But who was phone?
Well,
Yeah.
hey, there's only so much you she can tolerate.
Oh,
Oh,
that's fighting words.
That's a road that runs both ways.
I mean, to be fair, like, don't we qualify as mutant bullshit?
Yeah, probably.
Constantly. Yes.
But
We
so
are, in
does
fact,
she.
mutant bullshit.
I will now be
That's why I
spelling
jokingly
Brittney's.
called the tentacle monster Brittney, remember?
I will now be spelling Brittney's middle name as Smegan so that she can truly be BS.
BS Bronson.
Brittney Smegan Bronson.
All right. So I think with that, this. Wait, I forgot. KT, Nightlight.
Yeah.
Anything from that? Anything? Any updates?
Definitely going to be thanking Roadkill for putting up with the bullshit of these new people. Promising them SpaghettiOs and a bunch of other things that are probably his favorites.
Roadkill
And-
likes SpaghettiOs.
Cold
This is
SpaghettiOs.
the first I'm hearing it, but probably.
I'm making up bullshit. You can say no to any of it.
They got a My Chemical
I mean-
Romance CD in their care package.
Gonna
Take 2 seconds look at Endsville and tell me that you can find better food there than canned SpaghettiOs.
I don't know. There was
That's right,
a lizard.
You can't.
yeah,
You could cook that.
they're definitely going to
Question.
bring
How
snacks and
infused-
stuff, and apologize for having to deal with them.
How infused are they about the anime that Cat picked out for Rat Boy?
Enthused or confused?
Infused.
I don't think he mentions the anime to them over
Well, he
text.
didn't mention the anime.
No, he's still very like
I-
not sure what to do about
I
that.
hand
So
you, Nightlight has Cat didn't talk about manga though. How much you want to bet that Nightlight has given Roadkill manga?
the chances are non-zero.
I'm just imagining Rat Boy going like,
You can call him Roadkill now. You don't have
Yeah,
to
we-
call
we
him
know
Rat
his
Boy.
name now.
yes.
Oh, Rat Boy's such a nice name.
Roadkill just being like, you know, the anime is way better than the manga. And Nightlight being like, heresy, treason. But also, how the fuck have you watched the anime?
What do you mean you've been watching the anime without me? I could have brought us popcorn.
Like I said, there's absolutely going to be an adjustment to the viewing screen for movie night, so it can play, so you can see it from Endsville.
Oh,
You're not gonna invite him over properly. You're just gonna make
He
him watch it
wouldn't
from across
come.
the river.
You gotta,
would
you
never
gotta
come.
coax
Bold
him over.
assumption, but probably correct.
You gotta coax him over. You gotta throw Skittles across the river.
Like,
When we
you
see
know,
him
his-
watching, that's when you invite him.
I have an industrial strength slingshot. I could hit him.
Have some candy, motherfucker. Just, let's make some donations to Endsville. Slingshots, cans of SpaghettiOs.
Artillery.
Boy.
It's late for all of us.
Yeah, we should wrap up.
Yeah.
So we've heard from everyone now, and I think, this night comes to a close. Thank you, everyone, for playing.
Yee, it was fun. Thank you, Zen.
Thank you for running.
This was wonderful. There was lots
It
of
was
character
great
development,
Yay.
and physical developments in bruising.
We really had it all. Plot, character development, fighting.
Spite.
A lizard was cut in half.
The only thing we didn't have was Brittney.
Yeah, we had Brittney in spirit, though.
Hmm,
Yeah, she was
Alright.
talking to you guys through the mind link or something.
Mm-hmm.
it's not that long. It is not. It can't reach across the river.
Nikola having Brittney thoughts and blaming it on Brittney.
Anything else to say before we stop the recording?
No, I don't think so.
We'll see you all sooner, hopefully, than later.
See you next time.
We will see. Thank you for
Wellspring's
listening.
evening.